All right, welcome everyone. There's another race in the Gold Soul Silver Manipless tournament. And unfortunately, we have someone who has not managed to show up for the race. So, an unfortunate situation there, but we have a race between March and Murder, at least. I'm not sure what happened, why the wrong players on the layout, but it looks like they're working on it. It looks like maybe the runners want to wait a little bit longer.
While we get the layout set up.
Yeah, if you don't show up, you have another chance in the lower bracket. So you'd be placed into the. You'd be marked as last in the race, and you'd be put into the lower bracket.
Exclamation mark HGSS to see the bracket and where runners will end up.
Yep. We'll have a draw after all the matches for this first round are done.
And there will be one second place winner who will end up in the upper bracket still. So far, the time to beat is a 3:53 set by yours truly. So if there's any second place runner who beats that time, they will remain in the upper bracket. All other second places will go to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to wait another 10 minutes. I think that's what they've decided.
We're going to wait 10 more?
Yeah.
Okay. Generous of them with the length of this category.
Yeah, unfortunately, this race is at kind of a compromised time for Europeans, starting at midnight. Not exactly ideal, but that's what we have to work with.
Rubentis is giving Alwo one last call here to see if we can get a hold of him before we get things started at the half-hour mark.
All right, looks like we're gonna get started. Unfortunately, without a third racer, but at least we have a race. All right, counting down. Guns are about to start. So this is first match for any of these players. In this year's tournament. Quite a long
category.
Yeah.
So the category for today is a glitchless Manipless category. Now this is a pretty easy pick up and play category that anyone can just pick up and play and start doing runs of. And it's a very fun race category. So we do yearly tournaments here where some of the top runners like to participate in this tournament. And we throw a little money into the prize pool too. You can look into how to donate using one of the commands. Which command is it? Is it HGSS?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah, this category is among the easiest to run out of every Pokemon game. It's really, really nice to get into. There's no stat requirements. You can run anything. Where in a lot of other runs you would have to like reset for your starter Pokemon to have good stats, or another Pokemon that you catch would have to have good stats for the run to be completable. But here we don't have any of that. Anything in theory can win, but hopefully we see good stats on the board because it is quite a lot better than bad stats.
Yes, having some stats better than others can allow you to do certain things earlier rather than later, and sometimes takes away some of the risk with certain fights. We'll see that a lot in Azalea Town in particular.
So as always, just making our way through the intro. Just about hitting your text boxes, setting your options, and picking Cynic Will. If you pick anything else, I think you will struggle. Cynic Will is the best. Female for March, nice. Love to see that. 1 in 8 chance. But definitely the better one. Not a big difference, but you definitely prefer to see a female?
The thing to note about this run is that they actually, even though it is a Manipless category, which usually means we don't set the date and time to a specific time in order to hit a seed, we still want to pick a handful of dates anyway. The reason for that is there are certain days where Mount Silver does not have hail, and because of that, it makes the red fight a lot more safer, not having to deal with 100% chance blizzard or taking hail damage when you're trying to go for some risky lower health strategies. So we set the day to a specific day where we get what's called diamond dust instead, so there's no snow. And ideally, you also set your time to just a hair before 4 a.m. So that way, when you are going through the Professor Oak stuff at the beginning of the game, he has the fastest text talking about how early it is outside. And then by the time you actually get to Route 29, where you start dealing with wild encounters, it'll have switched to daytime encounters, and you won't wind up with Hoot Hoot. And we don't want to deal with Hoot Hoot in our encounters.
Yeah, that's the gist of why you want to set your date. If you don't set your date, you're gonna have a bad time. A Rattata for March. Wow, that's... He can't run.
He can't
oh
run.
Boy, he can't run twice. This is extremely rare. Not only is that a 5% encounter, but he is also probably... he was definitely slower than that Rattata. So his speed is probably very low, which is not actually that bad. That's actually kind of what you want sometimes. But yeah, it could be a problem if he's like the minimum speed possible right now, because then he would be speed tied with Rival 1's Totodile.
Meanwhile, on Burner's side, we saw him kill I think it was a Pidgey just a little bit ago. You need a little extra XP in the beginning of this route here in order to make a couple of fights a little more convenient for you. So usually we shoot to kill a Pidgey or a Sentret just for that little extra XP. And ideally, we want to do it before we get to Mr. Pokemon's house, because Mr. Pokemon's house is a free hill, and we want to be full health for Rival 2, because things can really go sour in Rival 2 if you're not full health.
Yeah, Rival 1.
Sorry, did I say Rival 2?
Yeah, I think you have some past issues with Rival 2, maybe.
Plenty. Don't worry.
Don't we all? So now we got the running shoes. We're still going to walk at some points, because walking gives you a reduced encounter rate when you're going through grass. So March will be walking through the grass to have half of the encounter rate as you would running. Get the Apricorn box. We don't use it, we just have to get it.
Otherwise, if we don't go into that house, he comes out and talks to us all about apricorns and gives us the box, and it's just much faster to go in and talk to him.
It's not much faster. The difference is under 1 second. So if you run this and you make that mistake, you forget about having to go into the house, then definitely don't reset if you do. It's not a big time loss.
A little piece of tech that you'll notice March doing as soon as he runs away from these encounters here is you'll see that he kind of runs for a little bit. After an encounter, you get a couple of tiles of immunity. So what you can do is you can just get a little extra speed burst by running a couple tiles after an encounter. It just makes things a little faster while getting through the grass.
Yeah, and we can see that because March got a Ladybug encounter. Did he kill anything yet? I don't think so. Right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so you don't want to kill a Ladybug. I think it has like decent defense or something, high HP. I don't actually know. I don't play Soul Silver. Yeah, he's getting that encounter because that's in the Soul Silver encounter table. So, and Burner's playing on Heart Gold, so he's going to get more favorable encounters in the beginning here. One of the reasons why Heart Gold is the optimal game for this category. Not that Soul Silver can't be used. It has been.
Is there a Heart Gold exclusive to Soul Silver's Ladybug in the early routes?
Caterpie, I think, is not in Soul Silver. I think it's just instead of Ladybug and like Weedle, you have Caterpie and Pidgey.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
so the Pidgeys is why Heart Gold is better on this route.
Right. Ideally, we kill either a Pidgey or a Sentret. Sentret's usually about a 40%, and Pidgeys / Ladybug would be like 25.
Okay, and you have level 4 Pidgeys here. Yeah, so you did not kill anything yet. He's going to do it later. It's not a. You don't need to do it here.
No, you can back it up pretty quickly if you know what you're doing. Also, both our runners have a Cyndaquil with 19 HP. The lowest that you can get is an 18, and the max is, I believe, a 20.
Yeah, but 19 is the most common.
Right. We got an average Cyndaquil so far in terms of health. We'll see what happens here once we get.
Yeah, March definitely has below average speed. We know that already, which is not something you normally know. Let's see. Is he speed tied on any of these turns? I would say he probably is likely to be. Okay, not so far. Okay, probably not speed tied then. Would suck to have to find out on this turn. Okay, he's good. Let's have a look at stats. You really want to see good special attack. I think that was 11. No, 12. So it looks like a decent Cyndaquil. Let me double check this. You want to try and clear the text boxes as soon as they appear, even for the level up text boxes that show you your stats. Just useful information, but you don't want to lose time to find your stats. Okay, his speed is actually good. So I think that rat was just correct.
Okay.
He has 13 speed at level 6. Which is more than average. Very interesting.
Burner had 13 special at level 6, I believe.
Nice. Yeah, March is an okay Cinda, I would say. 12 special attack is fine. It's like average, I want to say. And the other stats are looking pretty good. Now we give the mysterious egg to the Professor Elm. We're gonna heal with his PC and go to the catching tutorial.
So while we're talking about stats here, some of the stats that really determine whether or not on Cyndaquil that you can do certain strats, it's going to come down to HP, special defense, and attack. And special attack can sometimes be a leaning factor if you're on the edge on some of the other ones.
Okay, this catching tutorial is why we choose the girl. When the boy is teaching you how to catch Pokemon, he does it better. The girl actually messes it up and just wastes your time. And we don't enjoy that.
I thought the text box for something like, weren't you paying attention or something?
Yeah.
And then she pulls you into the grass and you do the actual catching tutorial.
Yeah, she just catches a poke on her own without teaching you. Gets caught up in the moment, I guess.
Yeah.
And this game also has a really nice Pokemon that we can catch early on here that gets a lot of HMs.
So we'll be looking for a Centret here. Centrets are about a 40% encounter rate, and they only know 2 moves, and we're going to be teaching them 3 TMs, or HMs, sorry, throughout the run. So not having to teach over 2 moves saves quite a bit of time. Looks like March
now
is
he's
going to
get
go
XP
now.
Yeah. Level 2 is nice. Doesn't get the 2-hit, but that's kind of rare to get, even at level 6. And there we go. That's exactly what you want. A good roll in the center too, so you can just catch this at 78% catch rate.
Nice. Like Burner found his Centret too. They're about the same spot. So now that we're actively looking for a Centret, or we're
Burner
looking
is
for
not
a
hitting a Centret.
Ooh, is he gonna YOLO it? Oh,
Did it threw one ball and then decided to hit it.
okay.
Yeah, the problem with Centret is it's 5% to hold an Oranberry. So hitting it twice, you can obviously crit your second hit, which would kill it, or yeah, it can have an Oranberry, which then it goes back to full HP. And it feels like most of the time when you hit it once, you only do enough. You don't do enough damage to get the 78% catch rate. You're stuck with 62%, and 62 is a lot worse than 78. It turns out. All right, they both made it to Mikey. That's good. No one getting destroyed by encounters yet.
Always a good sign.
Yeah, it looks like we have 2 pretty good Cyndaquils.
Yeah, it looks like we got a plus defense on Burners. I got a tracker up on the side and started punching in some stats.
Nice. Yeah, plus defense is definitely good. Definitely helps you out.
The biggest differential in this early part of the run before we get to Faulkner, it really comes down to encounters. You can get a lot of encounters, or you can get none at all. It's just kind of luck of the draw, and based on your movement, making sure that you're carefully walking through tiles and optimizing your movement as much as possible to minimize grass tiles.
Yeah, 1740 for March is pretty good. You're happy with that. It takes the
March
center just to make sure that if you do perish, you will not be sent back and have to take more encounters.
Right, it is brutal in this early part of the run without repels, having to walk through more grass than you have to.
Yeah, you just flag the center just in case the worst happens.
This is a Pokemon speedrun after all. You have to bank on the worst always happening.
Yep, gotta be prepared.
Interesting strat from March going for a Leer.
Yeah, on this first one, it's pretty much always worth it. Because even if you get a crit, you're not gonna one-shot it. So you're just giving yourself one less turn to potentially miss by using the layer.
In Gen 4, tackle is only a 95%, right?
Yeah.
So there's just a little bit of chance to miss a tackle, which means there's a lot of chance to miss tackle.
Yeah, you're using a lot of them. Potentially using up to like 20, I think, in this early section.
I've never counted them.
I know sometimes if I get really unlucky, the power points is down to orange, which means you're at like 15.
Okay.
And then you also healed at the lab, so you have to add those. Maybe you're using like 25.
So both our runners here are in the Sprout Tower. There's not a whole lot of interesting stuff going on here other than beating up some Bellsprout. None of the Bellsprout are much of a threat. They all really use Vine Whip, which does usually only 1 HP unless they crit. So they're not very threatening at all. We're just going to grind some levels up until we get Ember right about at the top of the tower. So.
So just try and make your Cyndaquil not miss. And this is where the early EXP that we got from killing a wild helps us a lot. Get level 10 here. One poke early.
I didn't get to catch March's stats at level 9, but level 9 is kind of a determining point whether or not you may want to grab an X attack for the Rival 2 fight. Burner does not need to. At level 9, he had 16 attacks, so he does not need the X attack. So now that both of the Cyndaquils have earned Ember, they'll make much quicker work of these Bellsprout here. Now, March is about to get to the Elder of the tower, known as Elder Lee. He has 2 Bellsprouts and a Hoot Hoot. And Hoot Hoot can be a bit of a troll sometimes because it has hypnosis, and we don't have any awakenings at this point in the runs. So if we fall asleep, we just kind of have to sit there and hope Cyndaquil wakes up within a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah, it's the only real threat before the first gym.
That isn't the first gym itself.
Yeah. Yes, Lovesick. They are the same individual.
March, unfortunately, getting an encounter. You can get encounters in this tower, but the encounter rate is so low that you're usually better off just running through the whole thing and pretending that you don't get an encounter. And just praying that you don't get one. In March's case, he unfortunately got a Rattata there.
Yeah, sometimes you could walk, but yeah, running is faster on average because you're not likely to get more than one encounter.
And when you do find a Rattata, depending on what your stats are, you could go for a quick kill on one just to help you out and make some fights a little bit easier, particularly this Hoothoot, but usually it's not worth it.
Yeah, need either really good special attack or really bad special attack for it to make sense. Hypnosis immediately is unfortunate. Also took 7. That's a max roll from the Peck. Not that it really matters. I was going to have to heal anyway. Just don't get crit. Love to see another 7. To get him Blaze. But through at least. We're also getting an encounter. Right before.
Almost the same tile.
Yeah.
The other is going to give us Flash. Flash is useless for us in this run. There's like one place that we go to where we could use Flash, and we just memorize the movement anyway because it's much faster than trying to bother using it. So March is going to heal here because Faulkner can do a lot of damage to us, and we want to go in at a higher health. So we're going to use that, and then we're going to pop an escape rope here to get out of the tower much quicker and then head off to the gym.
Burner gets Growl from the Hoothoot. You only get Growl if you're really high HP because of how the AI works. So being full HP, special attack is not looking too great. The damage he did there.
At least he snuck a burn in there. I don't know if that ended up mattering at all.
I don't think it did. But he doesn't need to heal now.
Yeah. So
I guess that's it did actually help.
March is starting Faulkner here. Now Pidgey can be a bit of a troll because Pidgey has Sand Attack, and Sand Attack lowers our accuracy just like that. So what March is going to do is as soon as he takes care of this Pidgey, or is going to guaranteed take care of this Pidgey, he's going to switch into Sentret here. And so that way, when Cyndaquil comes back out after sacking Sentret, Cyndaquil will have all its accuracy back because we don't want to miss any more attacks than we have to on Faulkner.
Yeah, that's another reason why you want to hit the Sentret when you try to catch it. Because if you just YOLO balled it, sometimes the Pidgey doesn't kill the Sentret in one hit. Or it sometimes can't kill the Sentret, and therefore will just spam Sand Attack on your Sentret.
So Faulkner's Pidgeotto will use either Tackle or Gust, depending on what it thinks will do more damage to you. Usually it only does around 9-ish damage, depending on your stats, either way. So it doesn't end up changing too much what it uses. The one issue, though, is when it... Yeah, the one issue is when it takes damage, and then it has a 50-50 between using Roost or attacking you, and we would like it to attack us, especially into Blaze, because otherwise it spamming Roost, we will not be able to kill it.
Yeah, so this turn, guaranteed to get it damaged.
When your health is low enough and the AI thinks it will kill you, it will always go for the kill, so he went for the heal in order to get a free heal off there.
Is he speed tied, or is he slower?
I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. You can
like
speed
slower?
tie this Pidgeotto, and it is way worse when you speed tie.
Yeah, this is the problem with Faulkner. If he plays the fight correctly, you do not win.
This is a brutal roost spam from Pidgeotto.
Yeah, he's not playing it optimally though. Optimally, he would hit you like Faulkner for Faulkner's side. He would hit you in between these roosts because now he's just gonna run out of roost PP. But Ember PP is also
run out
really
of Embers
low.
first. Yeah, that's
doing 10 damage too. Okay,
ooh,
that's good.
Good crit.
Finally,
Good crit. That's a good save right there.
Well, Burner definitely caught up. Gets burn. Okay.
The burn is really good to see on Pidgeotto. He's thinking about it. He's going to go for a safety heal here. He would have survived unless he got crit, I think, but... But now that he let burn take a turn, now if he uses Ember, it should kill.
Yeah, definitely.
If not, then burn will take care of it, so...
Okay, that made the race a lot closer.
Yeah, for sure. Now, unfortunately for March, with all the embers that he burned up, he's going to have to stop at the center right away in Azalea. If you have a lot of Ember BB left over from Pidgeotto, you can go ahead and take care of Slowpoke well first, and you can take advantage of Blaze if Pidgeotto knocked you into Blaze at all. But unfortunately, because his PP is so low, it's better for him to take the center before doing Slowpoke well. Burner, I think he'll be able to go for Slowpoke well early if he chooses. I don't think he had too bad of a Faulkner fight.
I'm not sure. He used a lot on Hoothoot. He used like 4.
Okay. It just kind of depends on how trolly both Hoothoot and Pidgeotto are. I'm going to do some shopping here. Going to buy some super potions, some antidotes to deal with poison, because poison can definitely be an issue in the early part of the run here. And some repels, so we no longer have to deal with encounter luck here. And we're also going to pick up the egg because it's a mandatory part of progressing through the game. So we will be dumping the egg in Azalea, though, as soon as we can.
Togepi? Who wants that? Garbage.
At level 1, by the time you hatch it, you're going to be where in the speedrun? Kid Rocker,
I think you're past the Morty's gym.
Yeah.
So you have 4 badges, and then you get level 1. Thanks, game.
Didn't Kid Rocker hold the Togepi egg through his run? With crafted.
Oh yeah, I think he did. Not sure where did that hatch.
I don't remember. I just remember like looking over and seeing a Togepi hatching out of nowhere and going, "That's interesting."
Yeah.
But I don't remember at what point in the run it hatched. We're gonna talk to this guy.
Was it on the way to the carp? I don't
know.
Remember.
But we're picking up this miracle seed here, not because we want to or it's useful in the run. It's because we have to. Otherwise, he'd just stop us, and it's slower for him to do like the little exclamation mark, "Hey, stop! Take this!" than to actually talk to him and have him give it to us. So as we approach Union Cave here, we're going to start encountering what are called spinners. Now, spinners are trainers that kind of move around either rhythmically or random. In this case, they kind of move around randomly. We can kind of manipulate them to not spin as we pass them using a couple of different methods. Both of them are safe. It's just kind of down to runner preference, which one they choose to do. March is going to avoid the X attack here, which means he must not need it. But as you can see there with March, he did that one, he kind of stopped for a second, and then as soon as the hiker turned away, he walked down a tile, so he's one before his line of sight, pulled up the menu, and then pressed X to close it, and then walked one tile, and then started running away, and that's how you get past the spinners without getting into trouble. Now this hiker outside of Union Cave here, he is deaf, so he actually cannot hear you, and March actually did a spinner setup on him in order to keep him from spinning on you. Just a little more complex manner of keeping him from accidentally hitting you than the ones in Union Cave. The ones in Union Cave are kind of a general case of not hitting spinners, but some spinners you can kind of do some special movement in order to prevent them from hitting you.
Yeah, and you could just go through the grass in order to pass him, but it's not the fastest.
And there are also some spinners that are called deaf spinners. So some spinners, when you run near them, they will intentionally look in your direction. They'll like drop everything and look in your direction. That hiker is actually deaf. So as long as he you watch him look away, you can do what's called a react pass, which is just as soon as he looks away, you just book it.
Yeah, Burner got an encounter. The repel wore off on an awkward tile.
Yeah. There's Burner
He
getting
didn't
past
hit
the spinners
anyone?
without issue, at least.
That should just take the grass here.
Yes. So as long as you're within that second tile or row of grass and below, he won't see you. If you're in that very top row of grass, he can see you, and it is very unfortunate when he does. Because he has a Geodude and I believe a Machop, and it's raining,
Yep.
so your Embers are not going to do a whole lot there. So you're just going to lose, I think it's about a minute and a half, just spamming Embers, hoping to get through the fight as quick as possible. And it's worse if you had a really bad Falconer and don't have a lot of Embers.
And now we're in Azalea territory.
So
Slowpoke well can be quite a challenging point if you're trying to go as fast as possible. There's quite a few places that you can die.
Yeah, there's some ugly crit poisons that can happen in here that can just kill your Blaze attempt to get through the well as quick as possible. So Burner's going to pick up a full heal hidden in the logs just as safety. I didn't even know that was there.
Yeah, I don't think it's useful yet. Maybe if he wants to heal Confusion, but I don't think you want to use a full heal there. Just try to hit through. And you're not likely to get confused, even though you can get confused on 3 different Zubats.
Right. Usually it's better to just try and hit through it. Or
actually, it's 4. It's Rival 2 Zubat as well.
Mm-hmm. So you can get an encounter in here, but the encounter rate is really low in here, just like in Sprout Tower, and we're in here for so few tiles that it just ends up not being worth using a repel because our money is so tight in the beginning of the run. March going for a safety super potion and Slowpoke well. And unfortunately gets an encounter.
Slowpoke? Damn. Boring.
Boring Zubat. What are the odds of Slowpoke in the well?
Slowpoke is 10%.
Oh, okay. That's not very frequent for a well named after Slowpoke.
Yeah, I think the theory is that Team Rocket has already taken all of them.
Oh, okay.
Slowpoke well is going pretty good for March so far. Hasn't really gotten unlucky to anything. He doesn't have Blaze, so yeah, you really ideally you want to have high Blaze, so you're not going to die, and you're also going to start one-shotting stuff. But yeah, high HP, you don't have that luxury.
Yeah. Otherwise, the backup is just use a quick attack to kind of wrap things up. Now we're going to go to the Rocket Executive. This one is one of the more scarier fights in Slowpoke well. His coughing knows Smog, and Smog tends to poison.
Yeah, this is the most dangerous Rocket fight in the run.
Despite being the first encounter with them.
Yes. Okay, another lucky Supersonic Miss. Take those. Yeah, now we have a Smogon or a Dogars or a Coughing that we need to defeat. It doesn't 2-hit. Yeah, special attack is not great, so that'll happen.
So after Slowpoke well here, we're coming up to kind of a fork in the road. Now, depending on Koalba's stats, you can either take care of Rival 2 early, or you can take care of Bugsy early.
Yeah, this is not the only place in the game you have a choice, but it's kind of the only one where you have a choice in the speedrun. Like, this game is famously pretty open in terms of what you can do in what order, but yeah, for the speedrun, there's mostly one set route that you do. This here being the first place where you have two choices on what to do.
Arch is healing Quilava to full, so it looks like he's going to be doing Rival 2 first. Rival 2 makes Bugsy a little less scary, but that doesn't make Rival 2 any less scary by doing it early either.
Yeah, what he really doesn't want to see here now is Spite from the Ghastly. I think he's more happy with Spite than with Curse than Spite, which is saying something, because Curse is not good.
So Curse is a move that takes a fourth of your health each turn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
At the cost of half the opponent's HP. So Ghastly just killed itself there in order to put a Curse on Quilava. The Curse is not going to go away unless we swap it out. So we'll be swapping.
So let's see. Is he going to do the optimal play, which is Leer here? No. Okay.
He's not. So usually you would try to get a Leer off because you can survive a water gun from Croconaw. And the big thing about this Croconaw is when Quilava is out and it's faster, it has a tendency to use Scary Face to drop its speed. So we want Croconaw to spam Scary Face as much as possible because that saves us having to heal a ton.
So it gets all three Scare Faces. That's pretty common.
So now that Quilava's speed is as low as it goes, Croconaw is going to start spamming Water Gun. And the reason why our stats mattered is because if we have too bad of special defense and too bad of HP, Water Gun would start doing 24 instead of 20. And we want Water Gun to do about in the 20 range.
Goes for another tackle. So he's going for the ultimate safety here.
So if you spam quick attacks here to take care of the Croconaw, you might risk knocking it into Torrent. And if you knock it into Torrent, what'll happen is this Water Gun gets boosted even more, and it becomes a very difficult fight to win in that case.
Yeah, he was scared about getting a 1 in 16 crit. That was how safe he was going.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Burner's side, he has opted for doing the Gym Leader first, even though he could have chosen to do Rival 2, I believe. I didn't check what his special defense was, but his attack was good enough to do it, even without the X attack.
Yeah, you don't need to know like both strats. You can. Like, I was very when I started running this, I was always doing Bugsy first because I don't know, I didn't want to learn, I guess.
Same here. I was always a Bugsy first, also because the notes just told me to do Bugsy first, and I didn't know better.
Yeah. Please just hit the root. March, come on. Okay.
There we go. Now the nice thing about doing Rival early
Okay.
is that nice thing
Burner.
about what happened?
He could have actually died to Beedrill. I've never seen anyone die there. He was 1 HP out of Blaze, and he got 3 hit with a crit. Still living on 7.
So the nice little time save about doing Rival 2 early as well is that you sack Sentret willingly, so that way you don't have to deposit him in the PC later. We need Sentret after this gym to use Cut, but we don't want it alive while in this gym, because if it is alive, we would have to do a double fight. You can see on Burner's screen right now, you got the 2 little girls there next to the blue switch. If we had 2 Pokemon alive in our party, they would initiate a double battle as soon as we got off the spider. But since we only have Quilava in the party right now, they do not choose to battle us. And March just got a little bit of time save by not having to drop Sentret in the party, or in the PC, sorry. So Bugsy's Scyther is a bit of a troll. It has Leer, Focus Energy, and Quick Attack. All 3 moves do not bode well against Quilava. So ideally, we do not want to get a crit Quick Attack, and we just want to be able to use 3 or 4 Blazes and get rid of it. Or Blaze Embers, if possible.
Ooh, that's a good crit.
Burner getting a really fortunate crit, so it was only a 2-turn Scyther.
Excellent fight. That's the dream.
Yes, that was a very good fight. And then Bugsy just has Metapod and Kakuna, which are no threats because you're faster than them and you one-shot them. So
yeah, the Scyther is quite OP with Technician, quick attack, and focus energy and layer, it can just completely hacks you a lot of the time.
It is not unexpected in a race of 3 or 4 people that someone gets a unfortunate crit to Bugsy's Scyther. So it might look like Burner is ahead of March, but remember that Burner still has to do Rival 2 yet, so hopefully his Rival 2 goes well and we'll still have a pretty tight race coming out of the
March
gym.
going risky, not healing before the fight. Is he going to heal this turn? No, he's going to risk the 25% crit. Okay. This doesn't kill, yeah, because you're not...
He got the burn and Citrus Berry kicked in. He's going to have to heal now.
Still has to heal, yeah. Yeah, just heal to full. You don't need Blaze to kill here.
Yeah.
Actually, no, this...
Is Burn going to knock him into heal?
Yeah, it's going to. Yeah, this is not good.
Oh.
I mean, it's a win. It's just slow.
Right. All right, and hopefully the burn should take care of it. Perfect. So not the best case, but at least there was no death here. So
yeah, and it was pretty dangerous. Getting focus energy turn 1 at 19 HP.
I believe March is a believer in if you don't go in at full health, you don't get Leer, which drops your defense and makes things even worse. So he likes.
That's the idea, I guess. Health. But yeah, most of the time you'd see people going in at full HP,
or at least above 45, according to the route that Tucker wrote. Now that Burner's starting Rival 2 here, he pulled Sentret out of the PC so he can use Cut through Ilex Forest without any issue. But he's still going to want to sack Sentret because we do not want Sentret alive for later fights down the road. We're going to be picking up another Pokemon, and it just saves time not having to shuffle the team around a little bit to account for Sentret being alive.
I disagree. I think having Sentret alive isn't really nice. So I would not sack this fight in this case.
It's up to runner's preference. I know in the early fights you always go for the kill. In the second one, it depends.
That is Torrent for Burner. Should live though. Yeah.
I'm gonna go for a heal instead of just going for a quick attack. I think quick attack would kill at that health, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, well at least he got a bite. Unfortunately still a crit, but...
Yeah, I can just quick attack and win here. There we go. I think he leered 3 times, which is not what you do with good attack. I think he has good attack.
And with early Bugsy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the genius quick attack. Priority moves. They go first.
At least Quilava will be at a safe HP for the next fight that he's used, and he won't be used in a fight for a while, but when he does come into play again, at least he'll be at a safer health to work with.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no deaths. That's good.
Yeah, really clean Azalea, all things considered.
Most races would expect to have at least one so far.
So March just did the little Farfetch'd quest to get a hold of Cut. He's going to teach Cut to Sentret here so he can get through the rest of the forest. He already picked up a Revive while doing the Farfetch stuff. He's also going to pick up a X Attack. And that'll be useful for a gym leader fight shortly down the road.
Get some items here. Some really helpful items in the full heal and the ether. Really don't want to miss out on those. They come in handy.
Full heal is going to help in case we hit any accidental spinners and end up with a status condition that we're not prepared to handle. We bought some antidotes before, but if we get burned or paralyzed, we're not really in a good situation to heal it right now. So we pick up that full heal just for just in cases.
Yeah, ideally you want to keep it until the Elite Four. That's where most of the time gets used for me. Where it's ideal to not use a full restore.
Uh-huh.
And instead of full heal to keep your health manageable.
Confusion and will, I suppose.
Yep.
Nothing too crazy here, just a couple of story points and whatnot. With the daycare, we'll have to do some or housekeeping in Goldenrod real quick, and then it'll be time for Whitney. So first order of business is to go pick up a bike. So we're going to go down to the bike shop and we're going to pick one up. Then we're going to go into menus and get that registered and put that on right away. And we're going to head over to the radio tower and we're going to get the radio card by answering a short questionnaire that also unlocks Whitney's gym.
Yeah, we're pretty much done with using Quilava. We're going to get a bird instead.
Yeah, so in the gate just north of Goldenrod, there's a guy who wants us to deliver a letter to a friend. And instead of just giving us the letter itself, he instead gives us his Spearow that's holding the mail. So what we'll do is we will take that Spearow and we'll use it to steamroll Whitney's gym.
Yeah, it has an excellent matchup against the next two gyms.
And the nice thing about Kenya 2 is that its stats are always consistent, so the strat will always be consistent for handling what's going on.
And it's a bird, so it can fly.
Yes, so we don't have to catch something for fly later.
Very important to switch it to the front, because it needs all the XP it can get to perfectly level up and evolve before the gym leader. It's really nice that that happens.
Mm-hmm. Burner's going to take the center at Goldenrod just to be safe. I don't blame him. If he takes a death at any point in this run, he winds up all the way back in Azalea, and that is a really far wipe to come back from.
Yep, you're not likely to die at this point, but it could happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do have a revive at this point, so even if you die, you should be able to recover. So you mostly have to die twice for anything wipe related to happen.
Mm-hmm. These gym trainers are not very special. The first one is 3 Jigglypuff. You aerial ace all of them and use Pursuit. If it doesn't kill, it's a 14 and 16 range. This Snubble is 3 aerial aces and can sometimes be a bit of a troll. Usually it's not, though. Ideally, you don't want to take any damage from these 2 trainers, but it looks like the first one was not very nice to March, so he's going to have to heal. And
Okay.
that flinch doesn't
Don't flinch
help
again, please. Damn.
Ooh.
That sucks.
So not only is he going to have to heal here, but if Snubble attacks again, then he's going to have to heal again outside of battle, likely.
Yeah, you're 30% to flinch. Sometimes it can feel more likely than that. With the Snubble.
So Kenya's going to go to level 21 here and want to learn Mirror Move. We're going to teach Mirror Move over Fury Attack because I believe when it evolves, it's going to ask you to learn Mirror Move again. So if we just teach it now, we avoid it having to learn it again over level up later.
It's also very useful because we would really like to have Stomp on our Kenya. It turns out we can get Stomp.
Yeah, so
Using
Mirror
Mirror
Move
Move.
uses the last move that was used on you. So Whitney's Miltank is going to have a tendency to use Stomp. So when it's using Stomp, it has a chance to flinch, and we will use Mirror Move to try to get that flinch on Miltank.
Yeah, turns out Kenya is a female. Females cannot be attracted by other females in this game.
Yeah, so that makes Miltank much less scarier with its attract. The one issue is that it can use rollout if you're at really low HP, which at some point we will need to heal on Miltank. So if we end up getting low enough to have it start using rollout, we could still finish the fight using Aerial Ace. But the clean fight is to use Mirror Move Stomp to finish Miltank. Taking damage on Clefairy is not great. Usually Clefairy likes to use something like Mimic, and you just get a free kill on it without taking any damage. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case for March.
At least you don't get Metronome something scary.
Right. It is very unlikely to use Metronome, in my experience. So with how bulky Miltank is, unfortunately, we have to use Leer twice on it. And then now that we've used Leer twice on it, with how low March's health got, Miltank could be using Rollout here. And it did start using Rollout. You can still win in this case, you just have to use Aerial Ace, because if you use Mirror Move, you just end up in a Rollout battle, and you're more likely to lose.
Oh yeah, you're not killing with rollout.
No.
That and the Aerial Ace is 15 and 16 to kill with 2 Aerial Aces at -2, so you're most of the time going to be fine.
It's just an inconvenience because your Aerial Ace PP is kind of tight. Unless you choose to use the Ether to replenish it. Which I think in most cases you have to anyway.
Yeah, Whitney is probably one of the easiest early gym leader. One of the first 4.
And considering it used to be one of the worst, by going in with Solo Koala Fire Blast, we'll take this improvement.
Yep, Kenya is pretty good against this gym. And even better against the next one.
Spoiler alert, the next gem is Ghost, and Kenya is a normal flying, so there's not a lot that they can do. I'm going to pick up the squirt bottles so that we can get past the weird looking tree on the next route. And then we're on our way to Ekritik.
So Burner's also going to be down to roll out HP. Hopefully it doesn't get roll out.
It's usually, I believe, the 14 HP where it can start using rollout.
Yeah, you're 50% to see either.
And unfortunately, he got rollout too, so he'll just have to go with Aerial Ace. But he got a crit. Nice.
Another good crit for him. Nice.
Yeah, that will definitely save up some time here. I didn't see how the rest of this gem went for Burner, but they're only about, I'd say, a minute and a half apart at most.
Yeah, it's still pretty close. I think this is a good run for Burner with, I think he has a like 425 PB.
Yeah, no, this has been a pretty solid run so far. So March went for a spinner setup, I think. Based on the movement, it kind of looked like it, but he might have not. There's a spinner setup you could do on the first guy there, but you don't need to go for it.
Yeah, I think he took an extra step before, so
yeah, gotcha.
I think it would have worked.
Both of those spinners are def, so you could just react past them, which is as soon as they turn and look the other way, you just sprint past them. But March wanted to be safe and went for the quick look back and forth and then menu and then pass, just to be safe.
Yeah, Burner is 3.5 minutes ahead of PB.
Nice. He's killing it so far. Is that based on the splits on his restream?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're about 2 minutes apart.
Okay. A little more than I was expecting, but Burner just being really careful not to hit that Techniker there. He doesn't have a super wide range, so it's pretty easy to get past him, but a spinner in this run doesn't help, especially this early in the run. So we don't care about the Sudowoodo, so we just run away from it, and then she's going to give us stuff for gardening berries or whatever. But she hands us some orange berries, which can sometimes be really nice when we're setting up for very specific HP ranges down the run. So
yeah, they're actually very useful.
Yeah, they're a very useful item that sometimes gets forgotten about sometimes, especially in the heat of the moment when there's some really difficult fights coming up.
Solid movement up to this double.
Well, this double can be really troll. The Clefairy and Wigglytuff that are a part of this fight, they each have a Clefairy and Wigglytuff. They usually kind of, one sends out Clefairy and one sends out Wigglytuff, and then they vice versa. They can be very trolly with their movesets. They have moves like Encore and Metronome that can really make things sketchy. And Burner getting past both of the spinners without any issue.
Yeah, you get to see.
You love to see it.
I think the first one could have been too slow, but didn't get hit.
As long as he doesn't get seen by any of the spinners, I call it good in my books. So March is opting to attack the right side because he doesn't have Blaze. If Quilava had a little lower of health, he could go after the left side first. Just better ranges going after the right side.
No
first.
ashes.
You don't have Blaze.
Burner is not burned. Kenya does not have a status right now. You might be mistaken. Okay, March's Kenya got hit, which is really good. You'd love to see that. Now he doesn't have to heal Kenya or anything before the double. Or before the rival 3 battle. He's just gonna, I think at least, he's just gonna heal Quilava to full and he's guaranteed to get an attacking move from the Magnemite on the switch in.
Yes. So on the rival 3 fight here at Bird Tower, the rival will send out Magnemite second after, I believe, Ghastly. And it is slow to go into settings and switch the battle style to shift so that you can actually get a clean switch out to Quilava. So we usually try to set up Kenya's HP low enough so that the Magnemite will try to go for the kill because Electric is super effective against Kenya. And then when that's the case, we can switch out into Quilava. Quilava just tanks the hit because it's got high enough HP. Because we'll heal Quilava to survive it. And then we can get a quick kill without too much of an issue. Because otherwise, if you just go for a switch into Quilava, ooh, that's not great. If you go for a switch into Quilava, Magnemite has Supersonic and Thunder Wave that can sometimes really screw you over.
Yeah, that's just generally the fastest way to beat Rival 3. You can do it safer by reviving Sentret and getting a free switch.
Yes.
But it's kind of time loss.
Right.
This is the best option for March. I mean, it would have been the best, but he missed the range on coughing and got poisoned, which is not good.
Yes, that is very unfortunate. So now we're going to do some more shopping. The most notable item we're going to buy here is a netball. We're going to be catching one more Pokemon throughout the run here, and buying a netball guarantees that we will be able to catch it, even at full health. We're going to pick up some super potions here, a couple of revives, some awakenings, because the next couple of fights really like to put us to sleep. And then just enough repels to get us all the way to Cianwood City.
Metronome Ember. Metronome Strength. Okay.
That's not nice.
Interesting that they're both moves that we're going to teach later. Yeah, catching Snorlax later too.
I lied, we're catching 2 more mods.
Yeah.
We don't go out of our way to catch Snorlax, though. It's just kind of in the way. March is still going to go for it, even though Kenya's at really low health.
Yeah, being even lower is actually better, because now you can get Sonic Boom.
Yeah.
If you're above 20, you can get you're gonna get Thunder Shock, and you can get paralyzed by that. So this is actually better.
Right. Sonic Boom does a guaranteed 20 health all the time. So now that he's under 20 health, the rival's gonna go, oh, Sonic Boom will kill, and so he'll take Sonic Boom.
Yeah, it still has a chance to go for Thunder Shock, but I think Sonic Boom is more likely.
Right.
Might be a coin flip. I feel like I see Sonic Boom more at this HP.
I guess we'll see what happens here. So here's the switch to Quilava. And he got Thunder Shock and a Paralyze.
So unlucky.
That is unfortunate.
Now he's parafused.
And now he's confused.
Okay. Gets through. Okay, he should be fine now. Through. I'm curious what he's going to do. Is he going to try to Leer or just try to heal Kenya on the first turn?
I guess we'll see.
You can do either here.
Ideally, we want to get 1 Leer off on
Oh, that's so unlucky. Okay, it hits through.
Instant
turn
snap.
To snap. Okay.
Now he's going to heal Kenya. You only need 1 Leer on Croconaw in order for Kenya to be able to easily win the race. Or the
yeah, now he's completely fine. Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually the best outcome to get crit there. You're just waiting for Quilava to go down.
And as extra time loss when you see you are paralyzed, unable to move, you are confused, and Croconaw, you scary face.
Or maybe I shouldn't say best. Best is probably to get all the layers off and stuff, but that has the potential to be slower than what he's going to do now if he gets lucky on Zubat. Oh, Scareface missed. I didn't see that. Yeah, that's why he's still faster than Zubat. So, all things considered, good fight with getting parafused.
Yeah, he got really
and not using the full heal. Still has it.
So now we're going to use some hot tech. If we move up a tile, we save 1.5 seconds in this cutscene. People have run this game for a long time. Took until very recently to figure that out. Burner picking up another spare ether.
I think he picked up 2 as well in the forest. So I think he has 3 already.
Yeah. He must be scared of PP management somewhere. Yeah, he has 3 right now. So March is starting Morty's gym here. It is a very relatively easy gym. You outspeed everything, and you can usually one-shot everything as long as you click the right move. Aerial Ace PP kind of matters here. If you want, you can use an Ether to restore your Aerial Ace, and that is time save over using another move you could use, which is Pursuit, because you don't have to deal with the it's super effective text after every turn.
Yeah, the fastest is to not use the Ether, though, because, yeah.
Right. Ideally, you don't, but sometimes
Yeah.
with the double fight and rival, things can get interesting.
Yeah, he used a lot of air laces, so expected to have to use the Ether. Because you save only half a second for each time you use a regular effectiveness move. So that's not enough to like offset using an Ether and also picking up the extra one.
Right.
But yeah, this is all just seconds. So just do whatever you need
Right.
to get through.
Right. Runner getting through a Magnemite without much of an issue. Still got really high health though, so he's gonna have to hope that Crocodile goes for the kill sooner rather than later. At least he got one pretty quick. And he got two, so that's not too bad. This Haunter's a little bit bulkier, so we do have to spend one turn using Leer. As long as it doesn't get too creative, it's usually free.
Yeah, you can die to that if you're low HP. If you get like Sucker Punch crit into Curse, or Curse into Sucker Punch crit.
Mm-hmm. We want to have pretty good health for Morty without having to heal either, so...
Yeah, just having just over 20 HP is fine, because Morty cannot really do much to you. So now it's the last gym leader before the last main switch. And Morty is pretty easy with our normal type.
Yes, since there's not a lot that he can do in terms of ghost attacking, the only moves he really can use is Curse and Sucker Punch.
There is a range here that he would really like to hit.
About a 50-50 to hit this Haunter.
Didn't get it, and sleep. Right. Yeah, you want to X-attack first. Normally the best play. So on this turn, you're likely to get Nightmare. Or no, Dream Eater. You're not guaranteed. I don't know if I've seen anyone else get Curse on that turn, but I've got Curse on that turn. one time. I. Okay. You also got it? Alright. Yeah, that, I don't like to hear that. It's a really rotten scenario. That is strange that can even happen. That it can go for, like, feels like it should be guaranteed to go for Dream Eater when you're asleep. But sometimes not. That's Morty down, and now we are about to blow people's minds if they haven't seen a speedrun of this game before.
And blow a runner's thumbs.
Yeah. Destroy circle pads all over the world.
Is March playing on 3DS?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
I think March has a 351.
He has a sub 4 for sure. And then
Yeah,
Burner's
351, and then Burner
change.
has a 425, I believe.
So for these runners to be this close within each other is still pretty impressive.
Yeah, Burner is on a good run for his standard.
March has been slipping forward ahead a bit here. I think he's 3 or 4 minutes ahead at this point. So the intended way for you to beat Heart Gold and Soul Silver, at least the way that the game kind of guides you, is to head towards Olivine City.
Hello, Raikou.
Raikou? Is he gonna try?
No, no way.
Not in a race. So there is a chance to run into Raikou, and Raikou can be faster in some cases, but usually it's not worth it for the sake of consistency.
Yeah, you don't have a good Pokeball to catch it with.
The best you have is a fastball, and it's about a 1.5% chance.
Yep.
So now what we're going to do is we're going to go surfing for a Magikarp. So in the water here just south of Lake of Rage, there is a chance to encounter a level 50 Magikarp. It is a 1% encounter. In order to try to boost our encounter odds, what we do is we look in two opposite directions really quick, and that ups our chance of getting an encounter. And then what we do is we basically just spin in a circle as fast as we can in order to not waste repels and to maximize the time it takes to find this Magikarp encounter. Usually takes about a minute and some change if doing optimally, but sometimes it can take significantly longer and can be a real equalizer, or what really allows someone to slip away in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Manipless race.
Yeah, it can be quite a physical exercise to do this optimally.
Yes. You don't want to end up taking a lot of extra steps here, because if you do, you end up getting really tight on repels heading to Cianwood City.
I know some earthquakes have been caused in Germany because of this carp hunt.
They'll seem to localize from affected Ash's apartment.
That's right.
So burner on Morty right now. Hopefully nothing goes too crazy for him. March having a little bit of trouble staying in spot while he's running around and getting his Magikarp.
Yeah, he's been struggling with that a little bit.
I wonder if it's nerve pressure or if he's actually playing on DS.
I think he's playing on 3DS. It just has a strange circle pad, it looks like.
Okay. A lot of runners will opt to do this on 3DS if they have the means to capture footage on 3DS, because on 3DS you have the circle pad, and using the circle pad to spin around is a lot easier and less straining on your hands than rolling the actual D-pad on a DS. Some of us, like myself, are not fortunate enough to have a 3DS with a capture card installed and have to work with it on DS. So Burner getting through Morty here and is now on his way to go get the Magikarp. If Burner gets his Magikarp really quick, he can immediately take the lead. It all comes down to when this Magikarp bothers to appear for either of our runners.
Yep, March is getting pretty unlucky so far. It is a 1 in 1,000 chance every time he turns to get the encounter he wants.
March has burned a whole repel now without getting the Magikarp and taking extra tiles. That is not good, because that means he's going to be 1 repel short, and he's going to have to stop at a mart somewhere and buy some extra.
Yeah, usually it's not this bad, so it's quite unfortunate. And he can't seem to get into the rhythm either.
Yeah.
You know that feel?
Definitely a lot of race pressure going on. What was that Burner just picked up?
A hyper potion. It's not really that useful, but it's there.
Right.
Free real estate.
I agree.
Burner also getting a legendary. Yep.
On Entei this time. March playing from bed like the Chad he is. That's why his turn frames are bad.
So race actually fully equalized.
Yeah, the race is fully equalized off this Magikarp. March going left and right. Oh, finally got the Magikarp.
Finally.
Alright. Burner's got some pretty good turn frame action going so far. What is he playing on?
I think he's on emulator.
Okay.
Is that right?
I'm not sure. It must not be Des then, because when playing on Desmume, you can see a lot of black lines and some graphical glitches.
Maybe it is console. Not actually sure.
Ooh, Burner getting his carp right away. The race is within a minute now. Now we'll want to pay attention to Magikarp's stats here, as both of our runners...
Oh yeah, Burner is on 3DS, yeah.
Okay. Another spinner, we kind of have to teeter-totter across there.
Yeah, gotta pass them twice. They only have 1 poke, so not a huge deal to hit them. But you have to win with Kenya, and if you're out of air lace PP, which you're kind of supposed to be, can be tricky to beat a Nidoking.
Mm-hmm. March is gonna feed the 2 rare candies that he picked up earlier in the run to Magikarp now, and with that, it will evolve into a level 52 Gyarados.
Ooh, wait, was that 85 speed?
I don't know. I was
think-
gonna catch him in a second here.
Yeah, I think that was 85, which is really, really bad. Should be minus speed then, which is probably the second worst to have minus. Let's see, hopefully plus attack then. Nope. That is not good. That is one bad Magikarp. He's got bad attack, bad speed. The only good thing, I guess, is special attack, which was like 83. You really prefer speed and attack. Ooh, Burner also slow with good special attack and bad attack. What? Really similar carps, and they're both similar in a bad way.
Yes.
Yeah, that is not a good carp for a March. I think it's pretty much the same for Burner.
Both of their carps though have 83 special attack, which is perfect neutral.
Yeah,
Which
does
is
help.
insane
Does
to
help quite a
see.
bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arbok is going to be guaranteed for them. In this upcoming double battle in about 6 minutes-ish? 5 minutes? I think it was over 5 minutes, right? The carp time? I think you got it at like
I have no idea.
120? So it was like 5-minute hunt, basically.
Mhm.
Which is definitely way longer than what's normal.
For sure.
Yeah.
Looking at the raw numbers, none of their stats are more than 4 points away from each other.
That's pretty
how,
funny.
Like, similar their carps are.
Yeah, they're not even the same nature.
Right.
Okay, got in the water at 15:30. Yeah, that was a little over 5 minutes for March. 5 minutes, 3 seconds.
Burners had to be within a minute, I think. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, his carp split was 2.5 minutes.
Okay, and it
No,
takes
is
like
that
what, minute
no,
and a half
three
to
and a
get
half?
there?
3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, because he got the
Hente.
legendary.
Well, since we're over on this end of the map and we have a very overpowered Gyarados, it makes sense to just take care of Rocket HQ in the 7th gym while we're here.
Yeah, it's free.
The average time to finish a Manip run, a really good run, would be sub 350. A pretty like middle-ish of the road run would be 350s, and then 4 and above would be like a newer runner time.
Yeah, I think in this race we can expect somewhere between like 355 and 420 ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty good for a game with 16 gym badges and a super boss.
It is definitely not one of the longer Pokemon speedruns, I'll tell you that. It's not one of the shorter ones either.
Yeah, long run, but there's a lot of content crammed in there.
Oh yeah. Some content more entertaining than others.
Yeah, definitely. Oops, March forgetting where he's going.
It's part of the facility he's in.
Can be hard to remember sometimes.
We got both runners within about what, minute and a half of each other again.
Yeah, pretty much.
So the Carp was a really great equalizer here in this run. Really let Burner catch up again and kind of reset. The Gyarados section is usually pretty consistent. There's only a couple of things that you can do here and there to make things faster. A lot of the strats end up boiling to be about the same, especially in this earlier part of the run, because Gyarados is so high level, it just does not matter what its stats are, it just one-shots everything.
Yeah. This part is very easy to play. It's just make the right move and win for the next little bit.
Right. Once we kind of start hitting around the 8th gym badge, that's when things start to get a little more interesting with Gyarados. Well, the interesting thing is because both of their Gyarados are so slow, Jolteon is going to come into play a lot in this race.
Yep. At least, I think they both have good special defense.
Well, Burner is plus. They're both plus special defense actually.
Oh yeah. Okay.
But Burner's is a little better in that regard.
It's getting pretty late for me, so I'm gonna have to dip here pretty soon. So good luck to the runners for in this race, and good luck on commentary.
Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, Rebentus. I'll take it from here.
Yep. See you guys.
Theoretically, how fast could the Gyarados be at max when you catch it? Are you meaning the stat, or how long it takes to actually find it? The stat? The fastest Gyarados would be, it looks like a 110. That would be a perfect 31 plus speed. I believe. Wait, hold on. At level 50, that's what it would be. We level it up to 52 right away. And when it's at level 52, it looks like with a plus speed nature, the fastest it could be is 114. So March is getting to the double fight near the end of Rocket HQ here. This Arbok can be a bit of a troll if you have bad special attack because it becomes a range. And when you don't kill the Arbok has a tendency to use Glare, which will paralyze you. Dragonite is usually pretty useless in this fight. It usually just likes to spam fly, and by the time it comes down from a fly, we have surfed everything on the field, so it just ends up not really contributing much. Occasionally, the Dragonite will use Thunder, and sometimes it can help in the case of like Arbok when you have bad special attack. But you're not usually banking on Dragonite to contribute anything to this run. Once we get through the Grunts Pokemon and Ariana still has a couple extra, we usually just use Strength to kill the one. When it's really low health like that, we can use Flail. So a Flail, for those who don't know, is a move that will do more damage the less HP you have. It is a good finishing move early on in the run like this, and we will be using it later on in a more serious case. But Flail right now is a nice little finishing off move whenever we don't hit a certain range. Now the last thing we really got to do in this Rocket HQ after the double fight is just to wipe out the 3 Electrode. We just use Surf because it is a move that has the least amount of characters. If there are 2 different moves that could potentially kill a certain Pokemon, we want to choose the one with the least amount of characters because it takes 1 frame for each character to draw on the screen. So we want as little characters to draw on screen as possible. So we choose Surf in this case because it's only a 4-letter move. Burner getting through the double fight with what looked like no too big of an issue. Lance gives us Whirlpool here. Whirlpool isn't a particularly interesting move. We will need it in order to traverse certain areas later in the run. But that's about all that it's used for. So now that we've cleared out Rocket HQ, we're going to get a call from the bike shop. The bike shop call isn't really avoidable. It just happens. So it's just a matter of when it happens. So now we're going to head over to Price. Price is not very scary. The weird thing about this game is because it's more open between gyms 5 and 7, the gym leader is also at a very lower level compared to what you would typically see for gym leaders. There are a couple of time losses in this gym, however. There are some ranges that we have to hit in here, which usually isn't a problem, but due to the odds of them, but sometimes you just get unlucky. Yes, if you get a really early bike shop call, that means that you struggled getting cart Usually you'll see the bike call happen either after Rocket HQs you step out or after the gym. So this dugong is a bit of a range. If you mix the range, dugong might sometimes use rest. My mic there. Sorry, something go wrong with my mic. I saw someone complain about my mic, and I just unplugged it and plugged it back in real quick. Did a weird thing earlier today too. Getting through the price without much of an issue. If you guys are interested in learning more about the Heart Gold Soul Silver Glitchless Manipless tournament, there are a bunch of info in the chat right now. So you can do things like donate to the tournament, so the participants, first, second, third can get paid. There's also a schedule, so you can see when future matches are being held, the rules. You can learn more about the runners and commentators, as well as where they regularly stream on Twitch. Now that we've taken care of the whole Rocket Saga and price, we're going to head over to Olivine City, and we're going to take care of the whole lighthouse sequence with the sick Ampharos and all that. March is a little low on repels right now. His Magikarp hunt did not go very well for him. He ended up wasting a lot of tiles and inevitably a repel. He is going to pick up a Hyper Potion here for safety. He must be pretty low on heals. It's usually a backup Hyper if you're not doing very good on heals. You do have enough? Okay. Oh yeah, you do have enough now. My bad. I didn't see how much you opted to buy in XP. Or where you use them. My repellment usage is just awful. So I always end up short on this section. Gotcha. Burner taking it easy, just in case. That hiker can only look up and left. As long as you drop into the grass for him, you usually don't have an issue with hitting him. Still scuffed, but better? Okay, give me 1 second. I'll try and fix it a little bit. Okay. Let me know if that is any better. Or some audio settings. Hopefully minimize things and I listen back to it and nothing sounded for the most part okay. But let me know if it's still a little scuffy on stream. So for March, there's a bit of a spinner pass that you can do there. If you menu within about a tenth of a second from coming up on that ladder, then you can get a free pass as long as he's looking the other way. Also, we're going to pick up a rare candy to use on Gyarados later when it's a little more convenient with our XP route. And then there's another little setup there. If you run straight to that wall and then walk the rest of the way, as long as he's looking away by the time you get one tile below his line of sight, and flash the menu like that, you can get a pretty free pass. Seems fine? All right, cool. So all things much considered, March got a pretty good lighthouse. He didn't have to wait for any spinner for too long. I don't think at all, actually, because he got the quick pass on the one bird keeper. And then he got the setup on the other, I think they're both bird keepers, so. Now we'll see if Burner can pull it off here. The first one, you really don't want to hit because he has 5 Pidgeys, and they all like to spam 10, unless you kill them right away. So. Looks like Burner's going to go for a little safety here. He's just going to wait. Your lighthouse is bad? Well, keep your mouth shut so I can, like, fluff up your run a little bit here, you know? Oh, I didn't miss that part. Sorry, it must have happened while I was busy working on fixing my mic. Burner going for just a standard setup to get past him. Movement is pretty tight in Cianwood Gym. If you book it up the stairs without any issue, that guy will not see you on the way up. On the way down, though, with this fight in particular, you will need to kill just a little bit of time in order for him not to see you as you run down. Usually, people will waste that time by walking 1 or 2 tiles. So we leave the gym and immediately re-enter to reset that one gym trainer up on the left position, so that way we can actually get up to the button without having to fight any other gym trainers. The intended way is that gym trainer would walk forward to cut you off, and then you'd go up the right side and then across that little bridge there to get to the button. But if we leave and reset the NPCs, then it's really free to the side. Only having to fight one. Now, Primate is not big of an issue on Chuck. However, his Polyrath is not a guaranteed one shot. So you have to send a turn on him, which means Polyrath gets 1 chance to use the move. Polyrath can use Hypnosis or Body Slam, and both can leave you with a status condition that gets very annoying to deal with. So March not getting paralyzed from Body Slam is good, so that's a pretty clean fight from Chuck, all things considered. now that we've beaten Chuck's gym, this woman is going to give us Fly, so now we don't have to backtrack on foot all the way back to Olivine. Or I guess on the back of the Pokemon, because you have to surf to get to Olivine. But while we're here, we're going to pick up the Super Potion in order to heal Ampharos, so that way we can unlock Jasmine. And then we got to do a little bit of menuing here. So the first thing March is going to do is he's going to teach Fly to Kenya. So that way he can actually get back to Olivine. Next thing he's going to do is he's going to use a Max Ether. He's going to use that on Surf, so that his Surf PP is back. And then with that, we're off to Olivine. Burner managing to use a Strength on Primate. I think March ran out of Surf a little bit earlier. Ideally, your last Surf is on Primate right there before you Ether. Just with how the routes PB management goes. But it's not a big deal if you run out of Surf early. Now we just gotta hope for nothing too trolly here out of Polyrath. And he didn't paralyze, so that's another good fight from Burner. Alright, so now we've unlocked Jasmine, so we'll just head back down the elevator and over to the Olivine Gym. Fortunately, the two gym trainers in Olivine Gym recognize our good deed of killing Ampharos and won't actually fight us. Instead, they just say encouraging things and take us down the line to Jasmine. But before that, we get an annoying call from the Safari guy talking about the Safari Zone opening up, yada yada. So it's a little bit faster to talk to these gym trainers instead of having them come up to us like that. At least in the case of the first guy, sometimes with the girl, you will move one tile over so she has one less tile to walk over to you. There's no way for you to talk to her, so the next best thing is to minimize NPC movement as much as possible. Jasmine, though, is not a very scary fight at all. It's just 3 surfs after people short our TP, and it's just a fight. Now that we have all 7 gym badges that we can get so far, as soon as we step out of the gym, Elma's going to call us about the Team Rocket takeover. And before we go do the Team Rocket takeover, depending on how good or bad your special attack is, some runners will opt to go grab the Mystic Water. Or, well, it's more of a requirement if you have bad special attack, I should say. But because both of our runners have at or near perfect special attack, they can both ignore grabbing the Mystic Water if they so choose, and pick it up after the whole radio tower sequence. Which looks like March is going to skip doing Mystic Water right now because he just used the rare candy to level up Gyarados to complete 55 at this point. So the benefit of grabbing the Mystic Water a little later, after Radio Tower instead of before, is if you go to grab the Mystic Water before, you kind of have to YOLO the water, um, because that's the only small set of tiles that you're ever going to um, deal with getting encounters for a long time. So using a repel for like 6 or 7 tiles is just not worth it. So usually you would risk the encounter. Also, because Gyarados' ability is Intimidate, the counter rate is also lowered. So usually you just kind of YOLO those tiles and pray. If you are going to grab it after Radio Tower, then you can use a Repel, because you can combine that Repel with the movement in Ice Attack. So. Just a really small optimization there on when you get it. Try to minimize encounters. So we got our disguise and our arrival immediately stripped it off, and now the rocket sequence really begins. Not a whole lot to say about this section because of the a lot of the rocket grunts. They only have Pokemon with like 20 or at level 20 and some change for the most part. And since we have a level 50 plus Gyarados, you pretty much just one shot everything in this area without question. The only thing that really matters is not hitting any optionals and pushing the correct moves. So, as I was saying about the Mystic Water earlier, the burner right now is on its way to go get the Mystic Water. To see what I mean when it happens with early Mystic Water, you just don't have a repel to work with, so you just have to surf and pray. So, in case you don't know, the Mystic Water boosts water type moves by 20%. That extra 20% comes in handy for a lot of later in the run, and especially in Radio Tower as well. That's why you can sometimes get in the field with attack. Otherwise, some things become ranges that you don't necessarily want to become a range. So March is fighting the first of the executives that are kind of taking over the radio tower. This guy has 5 Hoppings and a Wheezing. Not a very intimidating fight. You just surf all of them and you win. Now that we've beaten the first one, he's going to tell us where the actual director is. When we came in, he was impersonating the director. He gives us basement key so we can access the underground section of Goldenrod, where there's more rocket grunts manning the takeover and whatever. So we'll quickly head our way down here, make sure that we dodge the line of sight of any rocket grunts that we don't want to fight. And we're also going to do a PC heal on Gyarados here. So we're going to bust open the PC in the corner here to heal Gyarados. Not so much for HP as it is for PP. We used our Ether once already. So doing this will restore the PP of Surf again, and then every other move that we've used so far. So we're back to a clean slate. So next up is another rival fight happening in just a second here for March. The fight is much less scary now that we have a very overpowered Gyarados. For the most part, this fight will just consist of a bunch of Surf and Strength. Maybe attack it to measure. Depends. So got through Rival without no real issues there. Bruner currently working his way through the first executive with all the coffee. Just wrapped with it. Bruner taking his time to make sure he doesn't actually accidentally hit that scientist right at the bottom of the stairs there. Being extra careful to make sure he doesn't hit the one rocket grunt along the top wall there. Alright, so perfect movement through this room for March means that he doesn't accidentally hit an optional that kind of walks around. It's pretty easy to get that window there. But he can sneak up on you if you end up talking a little too much or anything like that. All right, so now that we finished the underground section, it conveniently places us underneath the department store. So we just hop into this elevator here and we can head up to the third floor. While we're up here, we're going to buy all of the X items that we'll need for the rest of the run. So we're going to buy a bunch of X speeds here so we can outspeed some things. We're going to buy some X attack, sorry, so we can beat some things up easier with one shots. X defense to tank some hits better. We're going to pick up a couple of X special defense so we can tank some special things better. And one X special. Most of our attacking is going to be done with physical attacks when we need X items. We're also going to pick up some escape ropes here. March is going to be picking up a few because he's playing on Soul Silver. He needs a couple more than gold, and he's going to buy as many max propels as he can to get him through the rest of the run. Well, that's still tanking some things. It's not important. X defense don't really matter for the run except for one fight at the very end, and that's under non-ideal circumstances. But you still want to buy them anyway because you don't want to be up the path, or was it up the creek without a paddle? Is that the phrase? I'm really good at butchering phrases. So. Now March is heading up the final part of Rocky HQ here. Just got a string of, I think it's 5 or 6 fights. And then we're all done with arguably one of the more boring sections of the run. Because there's not a lot of effort to get through Rocket HQ, more of an endurance than a strategy thing. Ooh, so March used Surf on that Golbat. That means he's going to be one short for the last fight. So by the time you finish Rocket HQ, you're going to be on F0 Surf. Now what he's likely going to have to do instead of surfing Murkrow, he's going to have to strength it. Vile Plume, fortunately, being nice to Mark, Vile Plume can sometimes throw a wrench in things. Werner currently working on his shopping right now as March heads up to the top of Rocket HQ. Looks like Burner is opting to sell some TMs. Looks like he's going to pick up 17 repels. My preview is a little blurry. It looks like 17. Now, the unfortunate thing for Mark is that his HP is not in a great spot for Claire. On Claire, we're going to be using Flail to ideally kill him with a couple of X attacks. We're going to wait for Claire's first Pokemon Gyarados to whittle our HP down. Unfortunately, Claire, with Dragonite, uses Dragon Rage. Dragon Rage always does 40. So, unfortunately, March's HP won't be low enough to get a good flail range without some extra work. So March working his way out of Rocket HQ. Well, not Rocket HQ, but Radio Tower. I think I've been calling this Rocket HQ the whole time. As Burner is working his way up now. Burner is 3 fights from getting out of Radio Tower. March is going to go pick up the Mystic Water now, since I believe he skipped it earlier. Or did he not? Did he get it earlier? He's going without it. Oh, he did get it? Okay. I must have not been paying attention. I thought I talked about him getting candy and flying away right away out of Olivine. So I think March is going without Mystic Water right now. What's his special attack? It's perfect. It's perfect neutral, or really close to. Both of their Gyarados are 30 to 31 neutral. You'll get it after Claire? Okay. Slime's gonna back up, get in the Mystic Water on his way back to Elm's lab instead of before Ice Path. I think because he forgot. So now that a Repel burnt out and we just gotta hold the Waterfall, we're gonna teach Whirlpool real quick to do some tricks. Because in a little bit we're gonna require Whirlpool to get over some tricky water. And then we're also gonna teach Waterfall to Gyarados to complete its moveset for the rest of the run. Yeah, if you have good enough, well, you don't even need special attack for Claire, so it's not a bad idea. March unfortunately forgot to do max repel and got punished immediately for it. Sometimes you get so focused on doing the menuing of what you need to do extra that you forget to do the max repel. So. There's a bit of a spinner setup that you can do here on the first trainer. We'll see if March gets without any issue. Alright, so he gets the minute just fine. Another type of spinner minute that you can do is called red minute. You can run for one tile and kind of bait the spinner into looking in a left or right direction, and then you can pass them without making an issue. We got a double spinner pass here. March being passed without too much of an issue. Runner got through radio tower now, but he's checking out something at the PC. He's going to heal Gyarados one more time. Not a super opportune time to take a heal. Usually you would heal pretty quickly after players, so you would kind of want to manipulate your HP to be a little lower so you use less turns on player well setting up. Alright, March is going to use a Oran Berry to get himself up to 169 because spamming Dragon Rage left over would be 9 HP, and that 9 HP is good enough to kill 150. Now that he's at 950, Fell's base power is 150 on top of all the attacks he can use, so he will be able to use this one up with the initiative. The Burner, being a less experienced runner, he's taking it very careful in here. If you accidentally fall down a hole while manipulating the strength boulder without putting the strength boulder down the hole first, basically have to step back to square one. And that costs you a lot of time and probably a repel in the process. Just being very careful here not to accidentally fall down a hole here. Now he will intentionally. Now March got through Claire without too much of an issue. He's on his way to Dragon 10 now. But because we still have our Flail 150, this Dragonair is free with Flail. And this is where teaching Whirlpool to Centric mattered. It does not. In order to make the Carbos worth it for Jolteon, so Burner, I believe, is 33 neutral. 33 neutral is not going to be enough with a Carbos to boost your speed up fast enough to outspeed Jolteon naturally. Yeah, there might be some other fights where it helps. The big one, though, why you would grab the Carbos is because of Jolteon. What March is going to be doing in a second, he's got to pass a test by defeating all 5 of the Kimono girls. All 5 of the Kimono girls have an evolution from Gen 1 and Gen 2. And one of them has a Jolteon. And Jolteon, if it's faster than you, can sometimes use Thunderbolt, and Thunderbolt will do quite a bit of damage to you. However, we're not going to be going into the Kimono fights with as low as HP as we have right now. What we're going to do is we're going to heal at Elm's Lab. Elm's Lab is the fastest place to heal. At least faster than stopping at a center and going through the whole shebang. So Burner now carefully moving his way through these 2 spinners here. Burner going for a really risky play there. You're not supposed to menu on the tile that he can see you on. Maybe he was doing that as a little bit of a swag strat or something. It's a haha in your face thing. But he got through without getting hit, and that's what matters. All right, and Burner gets the Claire with no issue here. Now it'll just be getting down to a good flail HP. If you have any leftover potions, you can use them to kind of get your health in a better spot. Or you can use those orange berries from, like an hour ago, hour and some change. Swimming at full health here, looks like it's going to be quite a few X attacks to get away with flail 100. Would be your best bet here. So it looks like Burner needs to get to +3 for flail 100 to kill. 60 HP is not, so he's going to waste one more. Now that he does have flail 100, I don't think he's quite low enough for flail 150 at this point. But he has more than enough X attacks for flail 100 to do the job, and you just want to get... what matters more is having a good combination of X attacks and what your flail base power is. So if you need to waste 4 turns, you just use more X attacks usually. Or if you really need to waste and you're quite on X attacks, you can throw Pokeballs. So Umbreon being nice to Mark, Umbreon can use Confuse Ray sometimes and be a little bit of a troll. Next up is going to be Espeon. Espeon, you can outspeed as long as you have more than a 5- neutral, or 5- speed, or 2-, or I should say if you have 5- or more, or 2- or more if you've got the Carbos. Next up is Flareon. Flareon's a one-shot. Your plus attack, you can use Strength instead and save the super effective effects that usually surf. Looks like Burner got through Claire without any issues. He's now in Dragon's Den on his way to be tested to see if he's a worthy trainer and whatnot. March spoiling his own run for the rest of us. This Jolteon from March should do anywhere in the neighborhood of 120 to 136, and there's a 1 in 16 chance to do 124. None of that is enough to kill. Thankfully, it just decides to go for a double team, and it's just a one-shot anyway. So as long as you land it, you're good. How does this speedrun work? So this is a Pokemon Heart Gold or Soul Silver glitchless Manipless run. So we don't use any kind of glitches, and we don't use any kind of manip. So there's some RNG manipulation that runners could do by setting their date and time to a specific time and starting the game on a specific frame and then moving in a specific way through the early parts of the run in order to get no encounters and really OP stats. But this category does not do any of that, which makes it a really fun race category and something that anybody can pick up. We're currently in the middle of a tournament where a bunch of runners are attempting to beat each other in a race in a bracket-style format. Glitchless and Manipless, the goal is to beat Red as fast as possible. Usually that happens within just under 4 hours on a pretty good run. A little over 4 if you get extremely unlucky, or maybe you're a newer runner to the category. You can expect over 4 hours. Burner's PB, I believe, is about a 4:25-ish, and March is a little under 4 hours. I don't know, maybe under 350. I'm not sure off the top of my head. But we're about to get into the more interesting part of the run here. We have just completed the 8th gym, and we are now on the way to Lugia. So March is playing on Soul Silver, and Soul Silver is the slightly slower version for a couple of reasons. One, Ho-Oh is in Ekritik, which is really nice. I believe Ho-Oh has the shorter cutscene, if I'm not mistaken. And it's easier to run away from Ho-Oh than Lugia. Lugia is faster, and if we have a really bad Gyarados, there's a chance you can't escape turn 1. So Lugia can be a little bit of a troll there. Also, while you're climbing the Burn Tower, there is a max revive that you pick up on the way that is essential for defeating Red later on in the run. So Heart Gold picks it up there where it's right on the way. Soul Silver will pick it up in a different spot. Soul Silver is not slower? Okay. Yeah, I got him backwards then. There's just no max revive in the island. You have to pick it up later. Whereas Heart Gold, it's right on the way. Soul Silver is faster if movement is good. Okay. I still think Heart Gold is the better game. So Burner now is beginning the kimono fight with the 5 Espeons. Hopefully Umbreon doesn't troll and land a Confuse Ray here. Alright, went for Dark Pulse, that's fine. We'll just use Surf to wrap it up. The cutscene that March is sitting through right now is the one bathroom break you get in the game. So runners will use it sparingly. Correct. The difference is negligible. You can run either. There's just some nice to have things in Heart Gold that aren't in Soul Silver, and vice versa. Each one has its strength and weaknesses. You can win a race using either version. There's so much RNG that goes on in this run anyway, and with Pokemon runs in general, that in this category in particular, they're about the same. So it took 2 turns for Mark to get away. The first turn, Lugia was not nice. But now he will use an escape rope to get out of here, and then he will fly off to Newbark Town and head his way to the Elite Four. Burner now up against Jolteon. Let's see. Gyarados is a 12 to 13 plus, which means Jolteon can do in the neighborhood of 112 to 132 or 136. So as long as Jolteon doesn't crit, he should survive. So that's good. And Jolteon drops. Now, if Jolteon does do enough damage to where you have Flail 100, you can, or at least even Flail 80, you can save a little bit of time on the way to the Elite Four. Because the next time you will heal is usually at the Elite Four, unless you go for some high risk, high reward strats and healing. Now he definitely has flail 100 at least, so he could use flail 100 to speed up a couple of fights on the way to the Elite Four if he so chooses. The spinner here is all kinds of wacky. Some people will opt to surf to avoid her, or just do a typical spinner setup. March having a little bit of trouble getting past her without any issue. Now for the fisherman. Looks like he got through it without too much of a hassle. A little bit of issue starting out, but otherwise, any run where you get past without hitting any spinner there is good. So even though you don't have to fly to World Islands in Heart Gold, Bell Tower is significantly longer to scale, with all of the puzzles and stuff going on within it. So that's how Soul Silver can sometimes be faster than Heart Gold, because there's just not as much crap you have to move through into Lugia, even though you have to take the time to fly to Steamwood and dodge a couple spinners in the way. I shouldn't say spinners, I should say optionals, because there's nothing you really have to wait for, I don't think. I don't know, I don't run Soul Silver. Arch getting perfect movement to the next trainer. That movement is really satisfying to pull off, but can be really tight as well. Now, if you have really bad attack in this fight, you can use an X attack to make it a little better. You can definitely risk it if you want, but you will lose some turns if you don't get some ranges. So on average, if you have less than ideal attack, it's better to use the X attack. Since March has 2 to 3 neutral attack, which is less than the recommended 7, so without an X attack. That's why he opted to use one. Burner picked up that max revive that I mentioned in Burn Power there, that's conveniently on the way. We will need that for various strategies in the final fight with Red, so it's nice that we have a max revive right on the way. This Flappy has static, so you want to make sure that you use a special move like Surf instead of all your other physical moves, not just get paralyzed. I say it as a reinforcement to myself, as someone who's used a physical move against Flappy before. Burner probably enjoying his bathroom break right about now. March working his way through Victory Road here. There are no trainers in Victory Road on this version other than the rival at the very end, so it just kind of boils down to movement getting through Victory Road. Getting around this Victory Road is not too difficult though, as long as you know where you're going. Missed the staircase a little bit there. So Burner gets to run away from Ho-Oh without any issue, because Ho-Oh is a slower poke than Lugia, and typically will not outspeed Gyarados. Arch picking up a rare candy right at the end of Victory Road. We're going to use that in a second just to get a couple extra levels on Gyarados for the Elite Four. But before we do that, we're going to get to level 60 off this rival fight. Burner taking his first steps on the Kanto. He should take a look at his Pokegear and check it out for himself, but we don't got time for that. This rival fight is not too scary. There's not a whole lot that we can do to you as an overpowered Gyarados. Burner going for Swag Waterfall strat. His run is much better than March's now, in my opinion. I was not able to pull that off earlier. It is the only waterfall in the game that you're going to be able to try to get Swag Waterfall. Burner just moving slowly through the area to make sure he doesn't get that optional walking back and forth there. Be really careful not to hit this person either. Or this person. I didn't like that pass, personally. Alright, gets past the fisherman without any issue. As long as you stay below this Ace Trainer and pedal the metal it, he usually won't hit you. Or as long as your D-pad cooperates. I've had my D-pad glitch out on me and just run directly to her. I don't know what went on. It was the craziest thing ever. So one more rare candy here sitting on the doorsteps of the Elite Four. We're going to use that one and the one we just picked up in Victory Road to get to level 62 now. We're also going to heal Gyarados and dump some mons in the PC because we want our party size to be as small as possible for the Hall of Fame cutscene. The more Pokemon we have in our party, the longer the cutscene is. We are going to hold on to Kenya for two reasons. One, if we wanted to throw Kenya in the PC, we would have to take the mail off of Kenya, which takes a minute, and we don't want to do that. And Kenya will be used to fly out of New Bark Town since there's no PC to just pick Kenya up after the Elite Four. And Kenya is a good backup to have in case anything goes wrong here. So Will isn't too scary of a fight. If you opt to skip healing, you can go for some crazier flail strats. But otherwise, because we're at full health, Zatu is not always guaranteed to use Psychic against us, and Psychic doesn't do enough damage to get us into any good flail range. We can use Strength as a backup. So if we just use 3x attack, we will have enough to use Strength and just wipe Will's team, no problem. The only thing we have to be careful for is making sure that we heal Confusion after we're fully set up. some runners will use the full heal that was picked up way long ago in Ilex Sport. Yeah, 4 if you have bad attack. Which in this case we do. I forgot about that. So Burner will only have to go to +3. Lime's not even in this one. March has to go to +4. So and he opted to use a full heal to heal confusion instead of a full restore, so that way his health is lower to maybe get some fail stats on some of the way defense in Elite Four. In case anyone was wondering, all these X attacks are used to guarantee slow bro as well. Burner just getting the victory road now, so he's not too far behind. March though started Koga. He will use 1 X attack on Fortress to be able to guarantee the rest of the team. He might opt for a second because of his attack. So Burner there picking up a max revive and victory road there. He did not have to pick that one up because he picked one up in Burnt Tower. Maybe he's picking it up for safety, or maybe he's picking up that one instead of the one that we would usually pick up, which is in Diglett's Cave in Kanto. So March getting through Fortress, too much of an issue. Fortress does have a very, very, very small chance of using Explosion, which can definitely throw a wrench in your plan. The odds are so low, you can usually count on it not using Explosion. Well, my name is not Jimmy, and it has used Explosion on me before, so... I've only ran this category, like, less than 20 times, and I've had an explosion happen to me. I didn't even know it had Explosion at the time, so I was like, what just happened? Alright, so March is going to be taking on Bruno now. I believe the safe bet for him would be to use an X attack on top in order to guarantee him the champ. Could go without the X attack if you have a lot of HP in this range. It also helps to have really good attack, which March does not, so he's going to go for the X attack. Crit on Hitmontop, so even better that he went for the X attack. I believe that March does have a flail 100 at this point, so he could opt to use flail instead of strength. And strength has a base power of 80. March offering to stick with the program, though. I really should have a guide up so I can watch and see if people are in flail ranges, because I can't map them. I also not type out the website that I go to for Gyarados. So 34 HP out of 199, that is level 100, which is really by 2. So 100 would be 40 or less in this case. Also got the attack on Umbreon without much of an issue. Umbreon can use double team. If your health was not low enough to have level 100, you would set up another attack on Houndoom. Houndoom is sometimes use natural plot and you get a free hit, sometimes he'll deal some damage. I think at this point, he's low enough to where Houndoom would kill. It doesn't matter since the outspeed has level 100 anyway. It's just an easy fight in that regard. Good focus blast on Gengar. Gengar wouldn't kill unless you crit, at the very least. So at least it usually doesn't kill unless it's a crit. So now March is going to be going up against Lance here. He's probably going to do... Nope, he's going to go straight into Lance. You need to set up at least 1 X speed, unless you are plus speed something crazy, which he's not. So he's going to need an X speed turn 1, and then he's going to need to use at least 2 X attacks for fail 200. Gyarados will usually do in the neighborhood of 220. So it looks like March is just going to go for a Hyper Potion here, and then set up while Gyarados wails on him. If he had something like a Super or something, would have healed up just a little bit, and then waited for Gyarados to whittle him down to 150 or 200 and get away with 2 or 3 X attacks instead. But it looks like March might end up having to do Strength with the backup, which would require you to go to +5. Still has some orange berries left over, but I don't think you would have had enough orange berries to fill him up to a good range to get like the 200 or something. Unfortunately, he has to play it a little slower and safer by going with strength. Another annoying thing about Lance is that right as you kill Gyarados, you get a level up. So if you are dangerously close to a flail range, when you level up, you might end up falling out of your flail range, and that's not very good. So if you have like flail 200, for example, which is usually 6 or less HP, and say you were at 5, and then you got to level up, that flail 200 might still be 6. But you got 3 new HP now, so now you're at 8, so now you're in flail 150. And that can sometimes throw an unintended wrench in your plans if you're not careful about that. But if you're going for strength, then it doesn't matter, because as long as you have the attack you need to kill, it doesn't matter what HP you are. All the X packs were used to guarantee this Ignite. Partners setting up on Fortress now. Let's wait for no collision. Spikes, that's fine because we're not going to be doing any collision. So Fortress using Protect is a little bit of a troll though. And March got through Lance without any issue whatsoever, and a 255 Lance at that. A pretty solid rule is that Canto takes about an hour. So March finishing Lance at about 255 means that he's going to get about a 355-ish red, assuming all goes well in Canto. Robat going for double team. Burner still hits through it without an issue. You always hate to see double team miss because the AI likes to spam double team sometimes, and your Gyarados likes to miss a lot because of it. March is going to start holding the soft reset buttons right now, so as soon as the game finishes saving, it will immediately soft reset. The game will not soft reset while it's saving. You can just hold the buttons confidently. But you don't want to hold the buttons too early, otherwise you lose all your progress, assuming you never save. Don't ask how I know. Yes, the Buster Special, as some may call it. Now the professor is going to hand us the SS ticket. We can use that in Olivine to head over to Kanto. Kanto will be a little bit of a gym rush. We'll basically be bouncing from gym to gym as quick as possible. There will be a little bit of busy work that we need to do in Kanto early on, but otherwise it's a pretty eventful thing. You called me. You called me, Mr. Professor I. Partner getting through Bruno without any issue. Still got pretty high HP. You'd like to see it get a little lower for Lance, so you don't have to set up as much. I'm not sure what the math equates to for Burner right now. What X attack slash or what X attack he's looking to set up for either Flailer Strength. We got our Magikarp quite a while ago. Now they're Gyarados, and they are demolishing every fight in the game. This is Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver glitchless Manipless, where no glitches are used, no RNG manipulation is used. You just pick up the game and you try to beat it as fast as possible. And we do so with a level 50 Magikarp just outside of Liquor Rage. Definitely, if you have high HP on Bruno, you would definitely consider skipping the X attack and going for the Rock Slide. For sure. The only unfortunate thing, though, is if you miss the range twice. The only way to guarantee a solid kill on Mantamp is if you have a very high base attack stat or very high attack IV or plus nature. Werner thinking about his next attack on Wild Plume here. Maybe he needed a second to read what the notes were saying. Oh, it has the berry? Okay. That's right. The citrus berry brings it high enough so that Bruno doesn't trigger heals. That's right. That's my bad. I forget it has that citrus berry sometimes. It's not very often that I've gotten the opportunity to go for it. All right, so Burner running straight into Lance here. Gonna get that X speed off right away. And then he's probably gonna have to go to +5 here. Yeah, he'll definitely be going to +5 if he needs strength, and with how high of HP he has right now, he's probably not going to get flail 100 without falling turns. So it's better overall just to go to +5 and then strength everything. You buy more than enough X attacks that you can handle a situation like this. March, unfortunately, getting a wild encounter. You unfortunately have to YOLO those 3 tiles of grass and cancel on the way to Saffron. There's just no point using a repel for those 3 tiles. So unfortunate that he got an encounter there. Not unexpected, just unfortunate. And it looks like Burner got set up on Lance without any issue. March now working his way through the gym. He's going to do a little bit of a spinner manip there. Ooh, yeah, Burner does not have much strength going on. March is going to do another run manip here where he runs exactly 1 tile and then walks 1 tile and then runs again to efficiently move faster without being seen. Burner even have flail 80 at this point? That's flail 80. Flail 80 would be 69 or below. So he does not have even flail 80, which would be the equivalent of strength. So March set up an X speed in order to be faster than Serena's team. You don't really want to look at it. You have to be slow to let the other person hit first. And he just uses waterfall to stick them all. Fortunately, with the Mystic Water, Art Level, and Tab, that waterfall is really good. And because Gyarados is more of a physical attacker than a special attacker. Even with both our runners having near perfect special attack at 30 or 31, Gyarados still does more with attack. So Burner finishing red, or not red. It would be a really quick run if he finished red. Beating Lance at looks like a 303 or 304-ish, which means his estimated Kanto time, finishing red and everything, would be about 404, 403, as long as everything goes well. Golduck is just barely out of one-shot range, depending on your attack. So the first thing that we have to do in Kanto now that we've beaten Sabrina is we have to do the whole power plant side quest. Unfortunately, is required in order to progress. So we're gonna go talk to the plant manager, who talks about how his machine part got stolen and how he wants to use charge beam on somebody, or shockwave, or some electric type move like that. They're all basically the same, just named different. March will bring this back. He's in the lead. What is he bringing it back from? That's my only question. So now March peeks into the cerulean gym, sees the rocket grant that stole the machine part. He's got an interesting way with words, to say the least. So now we're gonna go hunt him down. We're gonna head up to Nugget Bridge here. No worries, Professor. March has got about a 10-minute lead, I believe, right now. I believe March had a 255-ish Lance, and Burner had like a 303, 304, so just shy of 10 minutes ahead. So there is one last little tidbit of RNG, which is Surge's gym. Both the fight and the gym itself can be a little trolly. Usually not enough to lose 10 minutes at the time, but you can definitely lose a couple of minutes just not having good trash can luck, or Surge being really weird. And then there's also red, of course, at the end of the fight. Something can always go wrong on red, and you have to start over. That can kill a couple minutes too. Yeah, they can be time lost, but usually if you know how to play around them, they're usually not like minutes worth. Maybe a minute at most. Unless something like disastrous happens. But they can definitely get fully. Now we gotta go unlock Misty after dealing with the rocket grunt. So to do that, we have to go through like the Nugget Bridge kids or whatever. They've moved territory from where they were in Gen 3 and 1. We just decided to go up here now. There's nothing too crazy about these fights until we get to the bubble. Burner just getting off the SS Aqua now. So something I didn't mention while March was getting off of the SS Aqua was that it is faster to fly to Vermilion once you get off. It's just faster than dealing with all of the little like cutscenes or whatever, getting through the gate into the actual town, and then you're placed on the north end of town when you fly as well. So Burner saving a little bit of time on March by not getting an encounter there. Only about 15 seconds or so. Burner heading into the gym now. Hopefully he will get through without any issue. Got the spinner set up on the first one. That's nice. Let's see if he goes for run manip at all. Well, he kind of did. I think he just backed it up with a typical like spinner setup there. But at least he got through without a spinner. So I'm pretty sure for both runners that this has been spinnerless so far, if I'm not mistaken. Which is always nice to see. It's always soul crushing when someone hits a spinner in their run. March is a legend of accidentally doing glitched strats. It's not wrong. You don't know what this run is about? Well, my job is to tell you all about what this run is about. So if you have any questions about the run whatsoever, you're free to ask me at any time. March is on the double fight here. You want to get rid of Blossom right away. Blossom can inflict pain in general, unless you get rid of it. And typically Blossom is not a one-shot for Gyarados, unfortunately, unless you get lucky with the range. And Parasect usually just goes for growth turn 1, so you just get a free pass from Parasect. So Kenya got through unscathed, which is really good. If Kenya took any damage in that double, you would usually opt to heal it in the in a PC by taking off the mail and then flying Cerulean, and then you would PC heal it later. March also wanted to check out that large formidable tree that looked like it could be headbutted. I agree that it looks like it could be headbutted. And as Burner wraps up Sabrina here, March is now wrapping up all of the Cerulean stuff. So now all he has to do is activate this cutscene with Misty and her date. I think it's a date. I think it's something else that I probably can't say on stream, but anywho. This unlocks Misty now, so we can actually go into her gym and actually fight her now. Because before it would just be vacated. And unlocked, too. Who leaves things unlocked? Looks like a romantic date spot. Yeah, but based on how he books it as soon as you show up, I don't think it's something as innocent as a date. I think there's something illegal going on. But this is a kid's game. March picking up the hidden machine part that we'll need to give back to the guys at the power plant in a little bit. But first we're going to fight Misty. Misty has some flail strats, but usually you don't end up with them because Golduck doesn't always like to attack. And Golduck, when he does attack, only does about 30 HP, I believe. So you usually end up setting up an X speed and then enough X attacks to get away with strength, which in March's case looks like it's going to be 5. Maybe 4 if he chooses to get risky. Golduck not helping by damaging at all, but it doesn't matter if Golduck doesn't choose to attack. We're going to take a PC heal after this fight anyway. So it doesn't matter whether Golduck attacks us or not if we're not going to get Flail out of it. So all that stat boosting was used to guarantee Lapras here, or close to guarantee Lapras. In this case, March got Lapras without an issue. And marches through Misty without much of a hitch at all. As Burner begins the whole cerulean stuff. Using strength on Golbat, usually you would use Surf instead, I believe. Yeah, you should have gone with Surf, I believe, there. You don't want to end up running out of strength for Misty. Because otherwise things get really awkward. Don't ask how I know. But usually strength PP isn't an issue. Unless you hit like a spinner in the Saffron Gym, which Bernard didn't, so he should be fine. Just a little bit of time loss from the longer named move being used. The main machine part is put in, so we can carry on with all the Kanto stuff. Now we got to get through Rock Tunnel. Rock Tunnel is dark and scary and tight, so hopefully March can get through without too much of an issue. The movement is harder than the knowing where to go part, so there's just a lot of areas where it's only like one tile wide and there's plenty of room to bonk, so. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19. All right, 19 bonks. 19-ish. My counting wasn't perfect. 20. So now we're going to grab the PC here and heal. We're going to heal Gyarados and pull out both Kulaba and Sentret. They will be useful for various strats on red. You're right. New runners who don't want to go through Rock Tunnel can instead go through Route 8, but it does require fighting a trainer, I believe. But now that we've stopped at Lavender Town and got the radio card for Kanto, it's time for Surge. So if anyone has ever played a game in Kanto before, you are well aware of the pain with cans. You can get cans first try, you can get cans last time. It's just a matter of finding the first switch and then praying that which of the adjacent cans that you used has the second one. All right, so we found the first one. Oh, but he didn't get the second one, so it's going to reset. So now he's got to go start from scratch and find the first one. No, no. No, no. No. Running out of places to look here. Uh-oh. It's got to be one of the middle ones. Oh, and he hits one of the gym trainers on accident. Oh, no. I don't even know what this guy has or how many. He's got 3. And he's got a Pikachu. Okay. Let's see how he gets through this. He's going to go with it for a Surf. Is he going to go for surfing all of them? Probably to avoid getting paralyzed. A lot of the electric types in this gym have static, so including most of Surge's team. So he's going to focus on using Surf instead, so that way he doesn't risk getting paralyzed when he doesn't need to, and he's already losing time. But at least now he doesn't have to tread quite as carefully around the trash cans since he's defeated one of them. Alright, so he found the first switch, and then he found the second switch. Yes, and Surf isn't as tight in this area, so... So thankfully March got second try trash cans. It's just unfortunate that second try trash cans involved hitting an optional. Now, as I was saying before, Surge's team is very trolly because they all have static, and we use Waterfall against all of them, which is a physical contact move, so we have a chance of getting paralyzed. Or they can just use Thunder Wave and paralyze you off the rip anyway. March, thinking about what the play he wants to do here, goes for the paralyze heal. You do need to set up an X speed at some point in this fight in order to outspeed Electabuzz, or the Electrodes, sorry. I think it's the Electrodes. So, with that in mind, where you X speed can kind of depend based on when and where you get paralyzed or need to heal and stuff like that. Raichu, unfortunately, is not a good place to use an X speed while paralyzed. Or at all. Usually you just want to delete Raichu right away. Getting paralyzed is unfortunate. And then there's static on the first Electrode there. So ideally you would just take the heal here, which he is, in order to get rid of paralysis. Now, Electabuzz can do about 112 to 136 on average. He is still above that health even after getting hit by one of the Electrodes, so he's fine. He will have to take a little bit of time loss to heal paralysis if he gets paralyzed on Electabuzz here, which hopefully he doesn't. But he did, so he'll have to heal that before Brock. At the very least, it was a clean Surge fight. And Burner got through Misty's gym without any issue and picked up the machine part, so he's on to Misty now. Oh, yeah, sorry. There is a note to X speed on Raichu if you have really bad minus speed, which you do, so... So that makes sense why you opted for the X speed on Raichu. So you're going to use a Max Repel here so he doesn't forget while going through Diglett's cave. Hitting a Diglett is not great because they all have a Rita Trap, so you have to kill them. Then he's going to full heal Gyarados from the Paralysis. He's going to set the radio to Pokeflute, and he's going to talk to Snorlax. You'll also notice that he got off the bike. It is a little faster to run going into the cave, because when you run, there is no acceleration. Whereas with the bike, it takes a little bit to kind of get up to top speed, and it just turns out to be faster to run in this unique scenario. Now, March is going to pick up Snorlax with the Master Ball. This will be important for the final fight with Red later. Depending on Snorlax's stats, there may be a variety of different stats that he needs to use in order to take care of Pikachu. We are not going to get to see his stats, though, until the way to Red itself. So March is going to pick up the second Max Revive here. You ideally want 2 Max Revives for Red. There are some backups in Mount Silver to pick up if you need to. Say that something goes wrong in Kanto and you just want a Max Revive, you can do that and then just pick one up in Mount Silver. But because the ones that we've gotten so far are more on the way, we pick those up instead. And we don't really want to rely on the backup either. So March is starting Brock now. Brock isn't too bad of a fight. You do have to do an X special on Amistar, and Amistar has ancient power that can get a little bit trolly. So hopefully all goes well here. So March is going to use the X special now. And unfortunately, there's ancient power. As long as Amistar doesn't get the Omni boost, it's fine. Okay. March going for flail strats at near full health on Amistar. Now Amistar went for protect, so that's a bit of a troll. Alright, but otherwise Amistar goes down without an issue. Kabutops could be a range if you have really bad special attack. It's a pretty favorable range, but you ideally don't want to have to take a range. There is a backup if you have really bad special attack. It's where you just set up 2 X attacks on Amistar instead and go for Waterfall. Otherwise, everything here does not have much in the special defense category, so you just wipe everything with Surf. Burner working his way through a rock tunnel now. Being really careful to make sure that he doesn't lose his way. And he got through. So March is going to be heading now down towards Cinnabar Island and eventually the Seafoam Islands to take on Blaine next. On the way, he's going to pick up this attempt to pick up this elixir here. The elixir will come in handy to restore some PP a little later. Burner is on his way to Rebellion now, so hopefully his trash can luck will be good. So he doesn't lose too much time here. March hopping on the water. There is a spinner you're kind of at a race against, and the rappel wears out where she's moving. So you want to menu very quickly. It's that swimmer girl right there. So as long as he pulled the menu up quick enough so she didn't move too much, he could walk through perfect just like that. Now let's see how Burner's trash cans go here. He found one right away on the first row. And he found him first try. Nice job. March wanted to check in on that fisherman there. He looked a little lonely. March is currently fighting God right now. Really difficult fight. No real way for him to get out of it. Narrowly sneaks by God. Burner going for the X speed on the first electrode. Since you didn't get static on Raichu. Looks like Burner might get out of Lieutenant Surge's gym without getting paralyzed. That'd be huge if they did. Got a crit on Electrode, not that it mattered. And he gets through without a paralyze. That's definitely going to pick up a little bit of time on March. His rock tunnel movement was a little shakier than March's though, so how much he saves is up for debate. But otherwise, a really good Surge fight and trash cans, though. That's the part that matters more, is getting a really good fight. Meanwhile, March is almost to Blaine here. Blaine's gym is not a very exciting gym. You just spam surf until you win. And if you're slower than Rapidash, which he is, I believe. I don't think it's even close. No, he does not outspeed Rapidash. So Rapidash could use Flare Blitz or Overheat, which does a little less than 50. Otherwise, Rapidash also has Bounce, which not only wastes a turn because it's up in the air doing random things, it can also paralyze you. And maybe paralyzing you means it always paralyzes you. This Magmar is pretty easy to outspeed. March being minus, it's a lot closer, but he still outspeeds. Otherwise, that Magmar does have Thunder Punch, and it would do a lot of damage to you. Rapidash, thankfully going for Flare Blitz, gonna knock March's Gyarados down to 37. $37 out of 216 is going to be Flail 100. He needs to be lower than 20 for 150. Interesting to see how he's going to handle this. The next fight is going to be Erica and Celadon. And if you have good attack, which he doesn't, and Flail 200, which he also doesn't, you could just go and sweep right away. So he's gonna have to do some setup. For flail 150, he could get away with just one X attack. But that's if Jump Pluff decides to attack and do enough damage for that. Jump Pluff does have Sunny Day, which doubles the speed of all of her Pokemon. Because they all have Chlorophyll, I believe, is the deal. But they all the big thing is while Sunny Day is up, they all outspeed you. So if you get Sunny Day, you kind of have to stall, which is not great. It also has Leech Seed, which as long as there's an opponent alive, it will do 1/8 of Gyarados' health, which is also not great, especially if you're trying to go for flail strats. And Tangela has Ancient Power. And Sleep Power. So if you have good speed, you can get around it by using an X speed, and then you can sweep through Sunny Day no problem. But I believe that is not the case here. We'll see what he does, though. I'll let his gameplay prove what can or can't be done. And he is slower than Jump Pluff. So March got a Leech Seed into Flail 150, and then Jump Pluff was faster, used Giga Drain, and killed Gyarados. So that is slightly awkward. This is easily backed up with a revive, though. We have plenty of revives from Critique long ago. So we'll just throw a Sentret out and let it die. Jump Pluff using U-turn, though. That is not something you like to see. So now he's going to have to set up on Victory Bell instead. So I'm not sure what Victory Bell has off the top of my head. Looks like Leaf Storm right away. Leaf Storm is going to put him into Flail 150, I believe, and he has 1 X attack right now. I think he can get away with this. Burner checking out Diglett's cave one last time before he leaves it for good. So, since he killed Tangela, that means that he's good, because you set up to kill Tangela. So as long as he killed Tangela, everything else is free. So a very unique backup that worked really well, because Jump Pluff had no opportunity to use Sunny Day since it used U-turn and went back in the ball. He is still slower than Jump Pluff, though. Let's hope that he remembers that. Because I don't think he has an X speed. And he went for the full restore to be safe. So he's probably going to full restore and then strength to finish off Jump Pluff. So Sentret dead in the party might mean something depending on what strategy that March has to use in order to get through Red's Pikachu. It just depends. Setting up one more X attack as Erica uses a full restore, unfortunately. The strength was just not good enough on one X attack to hit the range, apparently. Burner carefully making his way to Cinnabar Island and around it to Blaine. Yes, Gyarados is not a very fast Pokemon, and on top of that, March's Gyarados is minus speed, so it's even slower because of that. Jumpluff has 129 speed. And I imagine Gyarados is probably in the neighborhood of 110s right now, maybe. With his, It might be higher because of EVs. But I don't know exactly what his speed is at this point in the game. Or what Gyarados' speed would typically be, given these stats. To be faster, though, the minimum IVs you would need would be 27 minus. Or 27, yeah. So if March had a 27 minus nature IV, Gyarados, he would speed tie, I believe. Or outspeed, sorry. I don't think 26 is a speed tie either. But I don't know. Really interesting spinners set up here. Biker Glenn decides to play it safe. Just wasn't feeling good about that, so that's good that he didn't hit that spinner there. You do have a very tight window to react to which way that spinner is looking and go the opposite way. If you take one extra child, there's a chance that he will spin and hit you. So it is a very scary spinner pass this late into the run. And he opted to take it safe given his lead and his might have not been feeling confident about it or something. So if you have really good speed and want to risk it, you could skip an X attack. On Janine here, your goal is to kill Weezing. Weezing is the hardest to kill. If you're plus attack at all, or a really good plus special attack, you could get away. Or if you're in Flail, 150, you can get away with some magic on Janine and skip the X attack. But I think most of the time you end up using that X attack. Everything else is just a pretty simple waterfall, so. Or strength if your attack is just good enough to get away with strength instead. So, Burner here is starting Blaine. Let's see. He is going to be slower than Rapidash as well, so hopefully Rapidash doesn't get super trolly on him. And it looks like Rapidash went for Flare Blitz, so that's pretty good. So Burner's through Blaine now. March is through Janine. March is going to be going on to the last two fights now, which are blue and red respectively. Both of them are very difficult for their own reasons. In Blue's case, he's very annoying because his lead is an Executor that likes to use Trick Room. Trick Room is really bad because slow Pokemon go faster. Or, sorry, slow Pokemon go... Well, technically that's true. Slow Pokemon go faster and go first. And Executor is slower than us, always. So Executor will attack first. And that's not great. And so will the rest of his team. So we have to wait till Trick Room goes away before we can start swiping or wiping out his team. So to prep for blue, March is going to use a PP restoring item as well as a repel. And he's also going to full heal Gyarados so that there's as little risk as possible going on with Executor. The ideal fight for blue is that Executor uses Trick Room turn 1 as you set up 4 X attacks. And during those 4 X attacks, we want Executor to use Hypnosis and put us to sleep so that it doesn't want to use Hypnosis again. And then on the last turn of Trick Room, we want to full restore to cure the sleep and to full heal, because while we're setting up, Executor will be wailing Leaf Storms on us. They will get weaker over time because using Leaf Storm drops your special attack by 2 stages each time. But we still don't want to take any chances with the rest of his team, so we will full heal and get rid of sleep on the last turn of Trick Room, and then we'll be in go mode, assuming all goes well. If Executor doesn't use Trick Room turn 1, we can try to go to +5 instead if he uses it turn 2. Otherwise, we might end up doing a lot of stalling if things go wrong, waiting for the dots to align. So turn 1 Trick Room is a good thing to see. Now we want to see Executor put Gyarados to sleep using Hypnosis. That miss is not great. Hopefully it'll try again. Nope, it went for Leaf Storm. Leaf Storm will do right around half-ish, or just shy of half. A little over half. Still looking for that Hypnosis. Went for Leaf Storm again. As you can see, that did significantly less. Now he's going to try and tank that Leaf Storm, which he did because it didn't crit, and now he's going to get rid of Executor now, and at the end of this turn, the Twisted Dimensions are going to go back to normal. Ideally, you would get a heal on Executor before you enter go mode, but sometimes when Hypnosis misses like that, sometimes you just have to go a little earlier. But March is now in Flail 150, I believe, at this point. No, Flail 100. Sorry. He's in Flail 100 at this point for sure. He would need to be 20 or less HP for Flail 150. Flail 150 is nice, though, because we can use that instead of Strength in order to save a little bit of time. So the reason why we set up so much is for the fact that some of Blue's members have Intimidate and drop our attack 1 stage. So that's why we want to set up as many X attacks as we can. We would love to set up more to guarantee, I believe, Gyarados. Oh, yeah, being an Extreme Speed Rage is also not great. I have learned that lesson the hard way, too. Thanks for correcting me on that. March going to use a Flail here, even though he has high HP, to guarantee the Gyarados range, because otherwise, if he didn't, Blue would try to heal instead. Burner getting through Erica now on his way to Janine. Another trolly thing about Arcanine and Pidgeot is they both have moves that will kick Gyarados out of the battle, so you want to make sure that you get rid of them as soon as they appear. Otherwise, if you end up getting Roared or Whirlwind respectively, you're going to not have a very good time. Especially as you try to set up more X attacks and they just push Gyarados out of the battle again. But now we're on our way to red, which means we're going to want to start paying attention to Gyarados' HP, how much it has versus how much it could have, as well as Snorlax's stats, particularly its defense and special defense. If we have a really bad Snorlax, red can get really hairy really fast. That's usually not the case, though. Usually we get some kind of Snorlax where we can kind of play around with Red's AI in order to guarantee that we can kill Pikachu without much hassle. Burner slowly making his way down Cycling Road, making sure not to hit any spinners. coming up on Glenn here. Just gets past Glenn without an issue. So before we go to Mount Silver and fight Red, though, we have to stop at Professor Oak's lab in order to get rock climb so we can actually scale the mountain. And so that Professor Oak will actually let us into Mount Silver. Unfortunately, my stream preview is a lot smaller in lower res, so I can't really see what's going on with Gyarados' stats here. But we will get a good shot at what's happening with Snorlax here. So in just a second, the Repel's going to wear out, and he's going to teach Rock Climb. $74 and 128. So I think that's pretty good. He should have a clear path through Red in order to win. Okay, so it is a lead Gyaro strat. Okay. If I could see what their HP is, I would punch it into Minnow's little tool that kind of tells you based on the determining factors, but my stream preview is unfortunately too low quality. Burner just wrapping up Janine here. After that, it'll be Red for him. Burner is probably on PV pace still, yep. I don't know by how much. I don't think he's had a really big mistake in Kanto so far, has he? He's definitely not going to get like the 404 or 405 that I predicted at Champion. But he can definitely beat his PB. And then it's 1144 after Janine. That's pretty good. You always like to see runners getting new PBs, especially new runners like Burner. At least I assume he's a new runner to Heart Gold Soul Silver Manipless, given his PB time. I know I'm pretty new to the scene, too. I'm pretty sure he's optional-less, yeah. So because, as we mentioned at the very beginning of the run a long time ago, we set the date to a specific day where there is no hail on the top of Mount Silver. So that way there is no hail on the battlefield and Blizzard is not a 100% guarantee. That makes setting up on Blastoise much easier because Blastoise likes to spam Blizzard out of the gate. So the strategy for Red here is going to be to kill Pikachu with its own recoil from Volt Tackle. Pikachu is going to use Thunderbolt here, which isn't ideal. We usually like to see Volt Tackle, but that's alright. So Pikachu used Volt Tackle there. It entirely killed Snorlax, and Pikachu took a ton of damage on recoil, which is good. Ideally, we want to make sure that Pikachu takes a lot of damage with Volt Tackle, but not so much that he winds up in healing range. So we want to be careful about who Pikachu uses Volt Tackle against in order to make sure that to make sure that Pikachu does not get healed by red. Because if Pikachu gets healed by red, we kind of lose a lot of progress that we already had. Some strats will intentionally go for the heal, but most don't. So for example here, we're going to have Snorlax out and then switch to Snorlax to kind of bait Pikachu. So Pikachu will use Volt Tackle and kill half a Gyarados and take a little bit more damage of Volt Tackle. So now that hopefully a full Snorlax would kill. If I'm reading the room right on which strat he's going for. Or he might be going for Giga Impact strats, but I don't think so. If he survives this, he did use Crunch, so that way hopefully that'll finish off Pikachu if it doesn't kill. So it doesn't kill quite, but he uses Crunch and then that actually kills Pikachu. So if you're in an awkward situation where Pikachu could end up being healed, you can kind of back it up with 2 Intimidates from Gyarados. That drop Pikachu's attack just enough so that it won't kill Snorlax, and then Snorlax can kind of get the last hit in before it dies. So then we just let Snorlax die to Blastoise here, so we can actually get Gyarados out and set up. I'm going to start with a couple of X Special Defends to be able to tank Blizzards easier, because Blastoise will love to spam those. There may be some specific cases where we get really lucky and can get Flail off of Blastoise. Although it's kind of a thing you don't always want to go for. It just kind of depends on what Blastoise does. Right now for March, a Blaze 150 would be 20 or less. Ideally you want to Flail 200 though. So unfortunately he's not going to get Flail, he's going to go for the full restore and just go for the normal strats, which is usually just a combination of Strength and Waterfall to finish it out. Hopefully he can walk out of here with a sub 4. Gotta sneak in one more X attack, it looks like. Couple more yet, actually. I didn't see how many X attacks he got in. Alright, so now that we're all set up, we'll just go for a combination of Waterfall and Strengths. Venusaur and Lapras could still be a bit of a problem. You had to go all the way to +6, that makes sense then. Burner is just wrapping up blue now, so we'll see him take care of red shortly after this. Unfortunately, it looks like March is going to get just over 4 hours for his race time here. Time for this run is the fade to black before saving after red leaves. So there's kind of like one fade to black where red leaves, and then there's one more when the game actually goes to save, and that's when you time. So Lapras used Body Slam there, which is to be expected, but it did not paralyze, which is good. That's what you like to see. Charizard with the X speed is free. I don't know if I mentioned that, but we snuck an X speed in there. Went for a full restore on Venusaur to play it safe. Unfortunately, got the poison. He's gonna roll with it though. Venusaur is the last mon that he has to get through, so as long as he can tank anything from Venusaur and poison, he's fine. Hopefully Red doesn't choose to heal this. Unfortunately, he does. He's going to use Flail to weaken him a little bit. Is that a crit? No, it's not a crit. That just did a ton of damage being +6. And unfortunately, another full restore. He's lined up to use Flail again. He's at a lower health. He is just under Flail 100. So this one will probably kill. Alright, and he gets through Red without a hitch. Congratulations, March. He's gonna finish this all up with a time of 4:01:29. An invite should be sent to you really shortly to join the VC and talk about your run, if you so choose. Hello, hello.
Wow, that was awkward run.
That was an interesting show for sure.
It's like I just played really bad because I was tired after all the exams.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a long week for you with midterms and everything. I know you've been talking to me about that before.
I guess like nothing notable. I guess like the early game was kind of unlucky, but you know anything can happen. So I don't want to complain that. But like I didn't die in Azalea, so I can't really complain about it.
No, that's definitely good. Looks like Burner, I didn't catch the stats, but looks like Chip did, and apparently he's got 103 special defense, so that's going to be a very...
special defense. Yeah, that's the worst special defense you can get.
Yeah, that's going to be a really bad time on Red for Burner, so hopefully Red plays nice for him. There's going to be a lot of RNG involved with the strategy, I think, here.
I don't even think he wants to do Giga Impacts for Red, because like with minimum special defense, he's like more likely to die to Thunderbolt than not.
Right. Time to learn chip strats. Yeah, exactly. And we got the man right here to tell him what to do.
I think I kind of know chip strat. It's not bad at all, especially when you have like minimums. Because like if you're only like 1 in 16, 2 in 16, or something to die, like then you know obviously you can just try to get you can just try to go for a Giga Impact, but
Chip says 103 is still too bad to go chip strat.
No, you can go for chip strat, but it's just like 103 special defense just bad no matter what.
Right. But real quick before we get to the real big show with Burner's Red, what are some highs and lows of the run that you just did?
God, I wish the Magic Carp didn't take that long.
Yeah, the Carp definitely was an equalizer in the early part of the game.
What can I say about it? I guess it's like I played the first half kind of okay. My turn frame was bad because I was on my bed. I couldn't put the DS on my table.
Oh, okay.
So that was slightly awkward.
Are you playing in an original DS?
No, sorry, 3DS. But
Okay,
still,
you are
like,
playing on 3DS.
not being able to put it on the table kind of suck.
Yeah, yep, for sure. The worst of strats playing from bed.
My Kento, you know, was just bad. I can't really say much about it.
Yep. Burner going in without saving.
Wow.
He just ran right into it. This guy's got huge Giga Chat energy right now. But your Faulkner was really bad, wasn't it?
I got like 10 roost.
So bad.
I think I got 10 roost.
10 roosts? That's awful.
Yeah, I mean, like, none of my early splits were like good or anything. They were like average. Actually, I got pretty bad luck at some fights. I ran out of healing item, despite that I picked up the super potion and the slowpoke while I still ran out.
Yeah, it definitely looked like you were struggling early game for healing items.
Yeah, after Whitney, I had 0 healing item whatsoever.
Oh, no. Yeah, that is definitely very concerning.
I got trolled a little bit on Wardy. I got like my flame wall got disabled. I didn't get a range. And then the mega troll from Magikarp, you know, that kind of thing just happens. And because I had no like super potion or anything, I lost a lot of time on lens.
Yeah, having a full restore there definitely sucks.
Yeah.
Did you have the orange berries to maybe think about it, or?
No, orange berry wouldn't be enough. I have 2 orange, so I could heal to 50, but the problem is I wouldn't be able to kill with like 1x speed and 1x attack. Just not gonna work out.
Gotcha. Looks like Burner went for waterfall range and missed it. So now he's at the paddle without a creek. He's gonna have to wipe here and reclimb Mount Silver in order to finish this run. Oh, he still has a max revive. Never mind.
He can still. He needs to max revive Snorlax, I think.
He went for the max revive on Gyarados, and I believe Gyarados in this case is going to be slower than Pikachu.
Yeah, he needs to hope to get a Giga Impact.
Cool Lava Quick Attack?
I don't think that kills. I I think he needs to try to get a Giga Impact.
Well, he pulled out Gyarados, and Gyarados got Thunderbolted, so that's gonna take care of
Oh,
Gyarados.
actually, Pikachu is not... Wait, why is he not healed? Did he already use a full restore or didn't pay attention?
Yes, he already used the full restore on Pikachu, and then he went for Waterfall.
So he missed range twice. Okay.
You're right. Pikachu Quick Attack would be faster than Quilava, I suppose. He's got a lot of max revives. How many did he pack? Holy smokes. Oh, and he revived Gyarados again. Gyarados is just going to die to Thunderbolt again, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he has to revive Snorlax.
Just check the VOD, it was 103 special defense. Okay. So he just got lucky.
He kind of went in with a YOLO red. He needs to get Snorlax in. There's no other way for him to...
How many max revives does this guy have? Holy smokes. Okay, he did just max revive Snorlax.
I mean, if you pick up every max revive without getting too much out of the way, you can still have 5.
Yeah, that seems to be he picked up plenty for safety, it looks like.
Okay, please send Snorlax.
Yep, so he sent in Snorlax. He's going for Giga Impact. He's risking the 10% chance to miss here.
Wait, he Giga Impact? He just need to crown from there.
He opted for Giga Impact instead. At least he got the hit.
Okay, yeah. He didn't need to use Giga Impact there.
Missed the Blizzard. First turn. He's thinking about if he wants to switch directly. He's gonna max revive? No? He's thinking about it.
I mean, it would be
nice if you can see what happens.
It would be good if he could regularly revive something. So if Gyarados get crit, he gets one more chance.
Yeah, I think that definitely.
Like now if he has nothing in his party, he cannot revive Gyarados if it gets crit and die.
Although Blastoise has used 1 Blizzard and missed already. Now he's missed 2. So as long as there's not a crit Blizzard on the table.
Yeah, also need to be aware that after he used 5 Blizzard, he can use Hydro Cannon randomly.
Mm-hmm. He's gone to +3 special defense now, if I'm not mistaken. Just to be extra safe. His next play should be an X speed. No, he's tanking up on X special defense. He does not want Blastoise to do anything to him.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's optimal.
Hit Blizzard. And killed Gyarados. That's unfortunate.
Wow.
You hate to see it.
I think he has to go for Shocky Strat now that he doesn't have Max Revive anymore.
Yeah, he's all out of max revives now. I don't know that there's much that he can do at this point because he didn't save. He pretty much used all the max revives he could. Does he even know? What's he gonna do? He's thinking about it. He's flying to Blackthorn. Nope, now he's going to Victory Road. Click Blackthorn first.
Actually, unsure what he's trying to do.
Can
he get another?
Oh, he still has one.
I mean, he needs 2 to guarantee a Pika. Actually,
Right.
I mean, with these Snorlax, it's hard to say.
Yeah, he really did get an unfortunate Snorlax for this situation to be in.
He already got
the one in the spiral. He picked up the one in the spiral.
Yeah, he got balls already. I think. Did he get the second one? I'm not sure.
I think he got the one to the top as well.
Oh, wow.
Route 2? I don't know. He got a lot of max revives. I just don't know where they all came from. I know he picked up one in Victory Road. He played Heart Gold, so there's probably one.
He actually needs to
Islands
buy
can
more
go
max
get.
repel. He doesn't have enough, like, max repel.
Oh, he doesn't even have repels? Oh no.
Yeah.
Should at least go buy some. Because otherwise it's going to be a lot of encounters the way up. Well, he's got some supers left over still, so... Kind of annoying because you'll have to activate more, but...
Not sure what his plan is here, because
I don't either.
Snorlax strat is not going to work out with 1 max revive.
Unless there's a point where he uses Quilaba and Sentret as like 1 turn or something. I don't know. I don't know if he can get away with that.
No, that's not enough. I think the play for him here is just try to get Giga Impact off like Pikachu.
Yeah, if there's a Giga Impact strat.
With his special defense, it's a really low chance to live. I didn't pay attention to his HP though. He could have good HP. But like saving, then try to get off a Giga Impact might be his play right here.
For sure. Does anyone have his full Snorlax stats?
It will be interesting to see what he decides to do here. It's most likely just trying to get a Giga Impact off.
Yeah. At least he saves this time so he can hold on to that one last max revive he's got.
Yeah, but like our both of our Gyarados were bad, so Pikachu is a range. It's unlucky that he didn't get a range. Okay, now Pikachu shouldn't use Iron Tail, so it's either Volt Tackle or Thunderbolt from here.
Like a Thunderbolt off the rip, at least.
So he just hoped to leave this.
He did with 1 HP and Paralyze.
Oh wow, he goes through Paralyze and then miss. That's really bad. No, don't use Max Rev on Gyarados. I think that's the wrong play. His HP is like his Snorlax HP is really good, so that definitely helps him.
Yeah.
Max HP of a Snorlax is like 135. Sorry, 235.
Right.
So that's really good HP. So at least that kind of helps him to try and lead the Thunderbolt. I think that's just a reset, because he has nothing to kill the Pikachu right now.
Yeah. This is definitely a very unfortunate predicament you don't want to find yourself in.
Yes, like nothing, like not that much you can do with a Troll Snorlax.
No.
Especially when your Gyarados also have bad HP. I mean, bad attack.
Yeah. This is definitely an example of the ugly side to this run.
Yeah. Honestly, my blood run cold after I spin on the water for 6 minutes for for that Gyarados. The Gyarados was really bad.
Big update, Elbow is awake.
Oh.
As of
I feel bad for
2 minutes
Elbow.
ago. Yeah. Poor guy. I have a friend who has a similar issue. He can set 1,000,000 alarms and just sleep through all of them. Okay, he's got a Volt. He's got 2 Volt Tackles on Pikachu, I think now. So he's kind of set up for Giga Impact strats now. If they hit, he can get out of this. I think.
I mean, Volt Tackle is also good here because then he gets. Wait, is his Gyarados alive?
Yes, he was alive at half, and he just used a full restore on it.
Oh no, he should have Giga Impact there if he gets Thunderbolt.
Yeah, he did get a Thunderbolt, and I thought Giga Impact would have been the call too. Unfortunately, Thunderbolt did kill him.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just another reset.
Just gonna go regular revive Snorlax. Got a Volt Tackle on Gyarados, but I think that's going to send Pikachu to healing, and unfortunately Snorlax is going to be out while Pikachu heals, and that's not ideal. Unfortunately, going back and forth, healing Snorlax and Gyarados here, trying to find a way out. Opting to full restore Gyarados as Snorlax gets hit with Thunderbolt. I think he's finally out of revives. So unfortunately, he just has to go for it. The Pikachu gonna opt for Thunderbolt now, and being 4 times weak to Thunderbolt is not a good thing. So now he's gonna reset. It's gonna be really hard for him to beat his PB at this rate.
I also feel bad. It's like it seems like in our recent tournament, like it's like mostly new runners that get a troll Snorlax. They probably also like don't have much idea how to handle them.
Yeah, when you are a newer runner and end up with a really bad Snorlax, it's kind of hard to know how to play around it. And it's even harder to know how to play around when you're down a max revive like this. You sitting there thinking for a second who he's going to swap to with Gyarados in the lead. Alright, Pikachu's taking a little bit of damage from Volt Tackle recoil, looks like. Unfortunately, Pikachu goes for Thunderbolt here. And a crit for insult. I'll swap Gyarados into Quilava and get a Volt Tackle. We'll do a little bit of damage to Pikachu. Gonna need to max revive Gyarados if he's still got one. I think would be the plan, and go for Giga Impact. I don't know if it kills at this place.
I mean, if he gets off a Giga Impact, he should at least send Pikachu into heal range, so he can try to get off.
Right.
You know, try to get off a waterfall.
Right. Unfortunately, he opted for a regular revive instead of a max revive.
Oh, that's not good.
So he's gonna go for the full restore.
He needs to hope for a Volt Tackle.
If he gets a Volt Tackle, it's a good thing. He did get Volt Tackle.
Is that I don't think that's heal range actually. Not too sure.
I don't think that'll take him down the healing either. And he survived with 1 HP. If he gets a full restore and Pikachu, well, Pikachu's gonna go for Quick Attack, but if it goes for Volt Tackle after that, this could be it.
He has to just keep healing Snorlax and hope for.
Yeah, I would just keep full restoring and hope.
His play here is act special defense.
Yeah.
He's not gonna leave Thunderbolt.
No. Especially when he's already minus
defense was a play there.
I think it's going to be harder and harder for Pikachu to want to choose Volt Tackle as Intimidate comes out and lowers its attack. Because eventually it's going to come to the point where Volt Tackle won't kill, so it won't be considered as an attack to use.
Actually, I think Pikachu already can't kill Snorlax with Volt Tackle right now. So it will just use Thunderbolt every time.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he can come back from that. Maybe if he gets a... I mean, he can also get Iron... No, he can't get Iron Tail. He can get Volt Tackle right now.
And it would be... I don't know that it would kill, though. With this health.
But it will send him into heal range if he Volt Tackle.
Right,
okay,
and then you
no
would
Volt
waterfall
Tackle.
the range, but unfortunately, that's not the case here.
That's really unlucky.
Yeah. And the Thunderbolt to finish the job, I think. Or did he revive Snorlax? Oh, he revived Snorlax. I mean, in a way, he's kind of doing what you would do if you got nothing. Just keep swapping back and forth and pray for Volt Tackle or something.
I think that was too many intimidated. Pikachu was not killing.
Yeah, I don't think Pikachu
half.
is gonna want to use.
Yeah, Pikachu is not killing the Snorlax from half with that many intimidates.
No.
Wow, wow, wow.
Very unfortunate. Now he's over his PB time. Maybe there's been enough intimidates going around that he'll Volt Tackle Kenya or something.
Oh, he actually used Volt Tackle here.
Oh, shoot. Is this it? Use Waterfall. Use Waterfall. Use Waterfall. No, don't heal. Don't heal. He's gonna...
He can also act speed. Oh, no.
No. Nope. He went for the full restore. All that. If he did it the turn before, there's a chance. Unfortunate.
I wonder what the range is with his Gyarados. Let me check. Is do you know his
Yeah,
attack?
I have all his stats if you need them. His Gyarados. His Gyarados is
I mean, definitely 8-9 attack. That's actually not bad. It's a 12 and 16.
Right. So
or 11 and 16.
Chance to hit Waterfall.
So it was actually really unlucky that he missed the range twice on his first attempt.
For sure. You hate to see it. Just gonna reset on turn 1 after getting Thunderbolted. I don't blame him. You kind of want to see Volt Tackles here. He's gonna switch Snorlax to the front. I don't know if that's gonna get him any luck. Maybe Pikachu will think about a Volt Tackle. We'll see. Love Sekiro in the chat being toxic. Snorlax landing a Giga Impact turn 1 into healing. Red immediately going for a full restore while he recharges.
I don't think sending Snorlax there was good. He wants Snorlax to die.
Well, now he got a Volt Tackle on Snorlax.
Did he get like Iron Tail Miss, or what did he get?
Yeah, I think it was an Iron Tail Miss. I just looked over and Snorlax was getting a Giga Impact off. Brought it down the healer range. He got really lucky with that Iron Tail Miss. I don't know what the percentage is off the top of my head. Not sure what the Giga Impact ranges look like either to put it in the healing. Can you Volt Tackle? You like to see that. You really like to see that. Now you just max revive Snorlax and hope that you get Volt Tackle, right? No, that might still be too high. No, he sent out Gyarados for the Intimidate.
I don't know about that one.
Max.
He doesn't have another max revive, I don't think.
Oh, did he use it already? Okay.
I think he used on Gyarados.
Okay, had Gyarados out, baited Quilava in for a Volt Tackle. That's really good.
He needs to send Sentry and revive Snorlax, I think. I think the play
he still
is...
has Max Revive. Max Revive Snorlax?
He cannot Max Revive Snorlax, I don't think. Because Volt Tackle right now don't kill him from full. He sent Gyarados twice. Okay, I guess just hope to leave Thunderbolt or just get a Volt Tackle.
You got a Thunderbolt. He led Snorlax.
Please leave. Please live. He needs to live this.
He did not.
He still has a Max Revive or no?
No, he used it already.
No.
He just used it. But now he's reviving Snorlax regularly. Oh, he got a Volt Tackle on Gyarados. Is this gonna do it?
It might die, it might not. I don't think it dies.
He killed it! He got through Pikachu!
Oh,
He did
wow.
it!
Okay.
He's gonna set up on Snorlax, but he did it!
Yeah, he needs to. Yeah, he needs to just revive Gyarados right now. I think that's too late for me. I need to go to sleep. I'm really tired.
For sure.
Sorry about that.
So I'm unfortunately catching word from the SpeedGaming guys right now that we do have to wrap, unfortunately. With the half-hour delay at the beginning of this run, we're going to have to finish things a little early. So if you guys want to see the end of the run, you could go to Burner's chat right now. He should be live under the Heart Gold section. I'm trying to find a link for him here. If you want to cheer him on for the end of the run, you can find him at BurnerGG on Twitch or on SpeedGaming France. But that's going to be it for this stream, unfortunately.